Yes.
The Lviv Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and tonight we have some very, very bad news. Russia has just fired nuclear-capable IRBM missiles near the Polish border. Also, Iran has begun opening fire on protesters, and also Ukraine has struck Belgorod, and there's been a major blackout. But the biggest news is we have seen that less than 50 miles, or about 50 miles or so from the Polish border, IRBM missiles have impacted in Lviv, Ukraine, and struck targets in a very major escalation. It's good to see you all once again.
And, of course, folks, we are going to be covering the significant breaking news on this emergency breaking news stream, as information has emerged that nearly 30 minutes ago, 6 IRBM missiles of the Oreshnik variety, the RS-26, were fired from the Kapustin Yar testing range within the southern region of the Russian Federation, and within 12 minutes had impacted 6 individual Oreshnik missiles fired, with 36 individual warheads hitting the area of Lviv. From what we understand, these warheads were unarmed and appear to have been used in a conventional format. Nevertheless, this attack happened nearly 30 to 50 miles away from the Polish border and is the closest ever that we have seen one of these Oreshnik missiles ever fired. As a matter of fact, this is only the second time that Oreshnik IRBMs have been fired in the state of Ukraine by the Russian Federation since the last time that this was conducted in 2024 using another RS-26 to hit the city of Dnipro. We are going to be covering that news and other major breaking news at this moment on air, including the ongoing revolution within the Islamic Republic of Iran, as internet has been shut off throughout the country, and it appears that the government is now conducting orchestrated massacres against the revolutionaries, and we've also seen that major government institutions are now on fire and burning to the ground. We've also seen that the civil war within Syria has broken out in full, as major battles are now raging in Aleppo between the Syrian interim government and the Syrian Democratic Forces. But most importantly, we are going to be covering the major incident that has now happened within Lviv, as we've also heard reports and rumors that the Russian Federation is actually preparing for a second wave of Oreshniks to be fired at this moment. We will be moving directly on into the area of Lviv, as reports did emerge just not too long ago that the city had come under a direct IRBM missile attack. According to information from the Lviv authorities, they are working to confirm the details of a missile strike, and Mayor Sadyovi has stated that investigations are ongoing. Preliminary reports suggest Russia used an Oreshnik IRBM, and 6 explosions were heard across the city. More importantly, we were able to confirm that it wasn't just 6 explosions, say, of 6 independent multiple re-entry vehicles. It actually appears that it was 6 independent explosions of 6 entirely different missiles that fired off 6 warheads each into the city. We actually have that footage somewhere on air, and it appears that at the moment, I'm trying to make sure that we find that marker as quickly as we possibly can. That is actually the Prior thermal power plant, which is not within Lviv. And Matthew, do you think that we can find the footage from the security camera that showed the 6 individual impacts really quickly, so that way we could show that on air?
Let me go grab that real quick. I just put it there in the likes tab, by the way. We have 2 different angles showing the strikes by the Oreshnik. We have a side angle, and also it appears to be another side angle as well, and it's under the likes tab right now.
And here's these clips, and also, Matthew, the one that I'm looking for, which for some reason isn't on the map, is the one that was in black and white that showed the 6 individual impact areas clearly, and also showed the multiple MIRVs that were entering on each of those impacts. But here is some of the footage that we have at the moment showing the impacts by the Oreshnik IRBMs. And we also have this second angle as well, once again showing us the multiple independent re-entry vehicles hitting the city of Lviv.
That is remarkably similar, and obviously it is the same weapons being used by the Russians, but that looks very, very identical to the last time they used an IRBM missile. It looks almost like identical footage from a different angle. That's how close it is.
It really does. It looks almost identical, if not almost entirely analogous. And really quickly, folks, I'm going to have to go and try and find that additional footage. We were trying to put this together in an absolute rush, and it was in the middle of us trying to eat as well, so there was a lot going on behind the scenes, but this is actually the footage that we're looking for right here, which actually shows us the independent impacts that were caused by...
Old.
This one's old?
Yeah, that's from 2024.
Oh, gotcha. All right. So with that, we are going to be continuing on with our footage that we have at this moment of the strikes inside of Lviv, as it appears that footage was actually old. But nevertheless, we have been able to hear that civil authorities within the city of Lviv are currently trying to investigate the incident, as there's now a red glow emanating from one of the areas of the impact sites. I do want to make this fairly clear that these weapons were not nuclear armed when the incident was occurring within the area of the city of Lviv, and we believe that this sort of a reddish glow within the sky is being caused by some sort of a burning infrastructure that was hit by the Oreshnik IRBMs. We have also been able to understand that earlier in the day, it appeared that the United States of America and the President of Ukraine generally understood that this attack was going to be conducted, as Zelensky did state in his speech and address to the nation today that there is information that a new massive Russian attack may occur tonight. It's very important to pay attention to air alerts today, tomorrow, and constantly, and to take shelter. Clearly showing that there was some sort of a forewarning that was given prior to these strikes, and we also had heard earlier in the day that the United States of America was preparing for some form of retaliatory action by the Russian Federation after the United States of America seized the Bella 1 oil tanker just north of the Faroe Islands yesterday. We have also been able to...
Also, we did hear as well, in addition to the warning from Zelensky, we had also heard from the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine that they were expecting some major attack to occur. They didn't specify IRBM missiles. They didn't say that, but they said a major attack Russia was going to carry out on likely a major Ukrainian city, and they also didn't specify it was in retaliation for the recent seizure of the vessel either. So we're seeing a lot of stuff happening, but I think this is way worse than what we were even expecting as a retaliation. This is pretty serious, being so close to the Polish border.
And this was significantly close to the Polish border. The city of Lviv is the farthest western major city within the state of Ukraine that is near to the NATO borders. At this moment, if we were to assume that these explosions happened somewhere within central Lviv or western Lviv, and we'll just average it out and put it somewhere halfway in between western and central Lviv, that means that in a straight line, this was only about 37 miles away or less from the Polish border, which is the beginning of NATO territory within the area of Europe at this moment. This means that these strikes were quite literally just seconds away from crossing the border and hitting inside of Poland due to the speed at which they were impacting the city of Lviv with. The flight time wouldn't have been that much different for it to hit Lviv versus hitting directly across into the Polish border. It also appears that at the moment we are understanding that these impacts were apparently hitting some sort of critical infrastructure facility within the city of Lviv itself. It seems that at the moment there's a high belief that it hit some form of a gas pumping station within the area of the city, which is also what we believe that sort of a reddish, orangish glow is coming from at the moment outside of the city, somewhere near to the western part of Lviv. This is a
So yeah, we do actually have the alleged area in which this missile struck. Apparently, according to initial reports, it was allegedly, and take this with a grain of salt, it was allegedly the Stryai gas field near Lviv, which is about 70 kilometers away from the border with Poland. We do have an aerial picture of it, by the way, which is under the likes tab right now, showing the facility that was believed to be hit inside Lviv. So if it is true that this is it, that could explain, like the enforcer was mentioning, this massive red glow in the sky that nobody's really sure what it is. This could explain it if it was the gas facility that was hit.
And really quickly, folks, I'm trying to see if we can find this exactly on the map and geolocated at the moment and be able to show y'all exactly where this was relative to the city of Lviv. At the moment, it appears that's going to be a bit of a challenging task, considering that this is basically trying to find a needle in the haystack on air, and that we do not have exact GPS coordinates or a rough location of exactly where within western Lviv the strike was conducted. Nevertheless,
You could probably type that one into the search bar and it'd probably appear the Stryai gas field.
Usually sometimes this stuff doesn't appear. That's why you have to be really good at just spotting it. See, like, for example, here, this is actually bringing us to Stryai, which is very much south of Lviv at the moment, and from what we saw just moments ago, it appeared that the strikes were actually happening within the area of Lviv. And let me see if I can find anything near here, and it doesn't really appear that there's a gas facility. This is actually just a city, and that the name of this gas field may actually indicate some sort of other gas field with a similar name near to the city of Lviv, so that's not really going to be all too helpful at the moment to be able to find that on there. So at the moment, we do understand this is the facility that has been rumored to have been hit, but we are not entirely sure at the moment exactly where this is inside of the country, rather than that it's incredibly close to the city of Lviv, and that's about all we know at the moment, but we will be trying to get more information and GPS coordinates if possible to figure out exactly where this gas field facility was within the Stryai gas field. We will also be covering the major developments in news that we had heard earlier today that appears to maybe have had a possible connection to the ongoing situation with the multiple IRBM strikes that hit the city of Lviv at the moment. I do want to make it clear as well at this moment, folks, this may have been some form of a missile attack that was caused as a direct retaliation to the U.S. seizing the Bella 1 tanker near to the Faroe Islands just yesterday, as the Russian Foreign Ministry has published the following statement today. We call on Washington to immediately cease its unlawful actions against the Marinera and other vessels engaged in lawful activities on the high seas. We reiterate our demand that the U.S. ensure appropriate treatment of the Russian citizens on board. It appears that this was more so a demand than a request, like prior statements were made from the Russian Foreign Ministry just the other day, and it appears that the Russian Federation is getting fairly belligerent about the situation with the seizure of the Marinera, or the Bella 1, as it has been called. Additionally, we also were able to see that at the exact same time, information did emerge, at least giving us a little bit of an idea of the sort of flight paths and actions that have been seen by the Russian Federation in the launch of its Oreshniks. It appears that right now there is a possibility of further Oreshnik strikes being conducted. We have been able to hear that there may be a second wave of Oreshnik launches that will be fired at Ukraine, and we've also been able to see that it appears that this, at the moment, was fired from Kapustin Yar. According to all information that we have, the missile was in air for about 12 to 13 minutes, reaching a top speed of around 10,000 kilometers an hour, which is usually incredibly indicative of any normal form of an IRBM. Most of them reach those sorts of speeds, and then it hit the Lviv region. The fact that it flew for about 12 to 13 minutes at around that speed at its apex is generally giving us the idea that this was not launched from the Krychev 6 aerodrome within eastern Belarus, but it was launched from the Kapustin Yar testing and firing range, which is seen within the area near to the cities of Otyabinsk and also Astrakhan. You can actually see some of the testing and launching facility out here on satellite photography, and we do believe that much like the last attack that was conducted on Ukraine with an Oreshnik, which did also use the Kapustin Yar testing range to fire the missile, this attack was also conducted from the very same firing facility and testing range as the last strike. It appears that at the moment a lot of people are actually talking about why they believe the Russian Federation conducted another Oreshnik IRBM strike, and not only that, so close to the Polish border, only about 37 miles away, possibly at its farthest. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so the big question is, why did Russia choose Lviv, Ukraine, which is literally about 50 miles away from the Polish border, for these IRBM missile strikes? And remember, by the way, the IRBM, the Oreshnik, it's a nuclear-capable missile. It's, as far as we know today, there was no nuclear warhead on it, so that is a huge relief. But with it being so close to a NATO state that's a nuclear-capable weapon, that's obviously a huge escalation and extremely reckless by Vladimir Putin. So 62% said they're trying to send NATO a threat message, while 14% said it's all about the seized ship that recently got seized near Iceland that was a Russian vessel, and 18% said it was to strike the critical infrastructure, which was the gas site. So I think this is very clearly intended to be a message toward NATO. This is less about Ukraine. This is like 99% about NATO. They basically went as far as they could without striking NATO territory directly to send the closest possible reckless message they could that Russia is going to take this thing to level 10 and possibly even level 11. So I'm with the 63%. This right here is probably one of the most dangerous things that Russia has done so far in the entire war, and they're about to probably step over a precipice that they can't reverse if they keep this up. So certainly crazy. This is wild. I was not expecting this today. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I'd be with a majority as well, the 63% that are stating that it's to send NATO a threat or a message of an impending threat, because the fact that the Russian Federation has deployed an entire Oreshnik intermediate range ballistic missile force within the Khrushchev 6 aerodrome within eastern Belarus, which puts them as close as they possibly can be to striking every single NATO state, and literally make sure that its minimum firing range is right along the Belarusian border, meaning that everything within NATO can be attacked and hit by the Oreshnik IRBMs at the Khrushchev 6 aerodrome. Not only that, but the U.S. seizure of the Bela 1 tanker just the other day, which we generally did understand the Russian Federation would try and respond to in some form, appears to have also heavily led us to believe that this is a direct response and a direct threat to Western actions, and also a threat that the Russian Federation may start to use nuclear weaponry, including the Oreshnik IRBM, against NATO states here in the near future. Once again, I do want to point out to folks that unlike some people who think this, that think that the United States and Europe are two completely separate entities, and Russia looks at Europe as a joke and the United States as a truly respectable country, notice that the Russian Federation's response to the U.S. seizing the Bela 1 tanker is to threaten to nuke the NATO alliance in general just within Europe, and not even starting to directly threaten the United States itself. That's because the entire world, rather than people, some small groups of people within the United States, view the entirety of the NATO alliance in the Western world as one large homogenous block, instead of multiple separate pieces and viewing them individually through separate lenses. This also leads us to know that the Russian Federation considers Europe to be incredibly crucial to American interests, as even trying to threaten that is most likely going to be sending a very strong warning to the United States of America that America's largest military and trading ally may be coming under jeopardy due to U.S. actions within the area of the Faroe Islands. We also do have more breaking news coming out at this moment. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so I just got new footage here showing the strikes by the Oreshnik on Ukraine. We just got it. I'm trying to get this reposted here. It looks like Twitter's having a bit of a jam right now. So let me get back to it. Actually, let me go straight to the source. Let's see here. Also, big shout out to Special Herzon Cat for posting this, by the way. It's the source I got it from. Let me go back to the main page here and grab it. And here it is. For some reason, it did not repost. I don't know why, but it should be reposted now. Refresh the page and see if it's on our timeline.
And it is. So here is the footage, folks. This is brand new footage that we got out of Lviv of the Oreshnik IRBM strikes that were just conducted. And we see the impacts over there on the left side of the screen.
This is remarkably clear footage on this one.
Yeah, this is actually like high definition footage. We see multiple flashes coming from the distance.
Also, by the way, I want to point out, folks, that you can't see them all here in this one clip, but we've heard reports, and take these with a grain of salt, but I've heard reports from Ukrainian back channels that over 36 empty warheads were found on the ground, or impact spots on the ground. So, I mean, 36 of them. I mean, that's a lot more than just one Oreshnik IRBM that was fired if there's truly 36 impact points on the ground. Even with the MIRV, the MIRV, the multiple reentry vehicles, I mean, these are multiple missiles that apparently Russia fired, if that is true.
So what's interesting about this, folks, is that right now, if we were to just count the amount of explosions that we see right here, let us try and count, folks, the amount of independent reentry vehicles, IRVs, or multiple independent reentry vehicles, if we want to go with the technical definition when they're still on board their launching platform, and see how many explosions that we can count here on air. One, well, actually, correction there. That actually appeared to have been several, because you can actually see what appears to be the flash of multiple hitting you around. So we're going to count that as possibly 3 right there alone. So that's 3, a 4th one, a 5th one, a 6th one, a 7th and 8th, and then a 9th somewhere off screen, a 10th, an 11th, so somewhere, at least in this one clip alone, somewhere around 11 independent reentry vehicles impacted the city of Lviv. Now, here's what's incredibly concerning about that. An Oreshnik intermediate-range ballistic missile can only carry, and I made sure to research this to make sure that we were giving this information accurately, from what we can find online, an Oreshnik IRBM can only carry 4 independent reentry vehicles per MIRV, meaning that if we were to count this as somewhere around 12, maybe we missed one of them, that means that at a minimum, at least 3 Oreshnik IRBMs were fired to see 12 MIRVs impact this city. We have been able to hear that there was apparently possibly 36, and from what I could tell earlier, it looked like from other footage that we could see, it may have been 36 independent reentry vehicles that hit somewhere around the city. It's just that in this camera footage, we can only see a limited number of them. If there were 36 independent reentry vehicles that hit Lviv, that actually means that the Russian Federation just fired 9 Oreshnik intermediate-range ballistic missiles directly at the city of Lviv, with all of them successfully scattering their independent reentry vehicles outside of the launch system. And then all of those independent reentry vehicles then made impact with the city of Lviv. So this means that at the moment, we've seen the Russians give what would be considered, especially for a city as large and as important as Lviv, a full-scale strategic nuclear launch on the city of Lviv. 36 independent reentry vehicles hitting Lviv is absolutely absurd, to be entirely honest with y'all. It probably only would take 3 independent reentry vehicles or 4 to completely destroy the city. But we actually have more breaking news coming out of this moment.
Okay, so we do have some breaking news coming out right now. I hate to do this, folks. We're having to jump to a different piece of breaking news in the midst of this IRBM strike. We are just now getting word that apparently U.S. naval vessels are tracking multiple sanctioned oil tankers that seem to be fleeing across the Atlantic Ocean and departing Venezuelan waters earlier this week. So this is a big story for a couple of different reasons here. Number one, the vessel seizures are apparently just beginning from the sounds of it. It sounds like the U.S. Navy is actively pursuing and intercepting multiple different oil tankers right now inside the Atlantic Ocean, and we're not really sure exactly if they're going to all be boarded in, I guess, succinct time frames here. We're not really sure how this is going to go, but the U.S. is ramping up the stakes right now when it comes to seizing oil tankers, and we don't know exactly where these oil tankers are flagged out of. We have heard over many different reports that apparently several of these ships are changing their flag to a Russian flag to avoid being captured, but that does not appear to be helping, because we just saw the Bella 1 get captured by the U.S. forces, and it was flying a Russian flag. So it seems like they're escalating even more. I would imagine that some of those in there are probably connected to Russia or definitely Iran in some way or another. So the U.S. is certainly ratcheting up the pressure even more.
And it certainly does appear that at the moment we are seeing that further developments are now happening that may lead to even higher increased tensions between the United States, the Russian Federation, and generally the Western world versus the Axis powers, as it does appear that the U.S. is now chasing down several sanctioned oil tankers. Some of them may be being owned by the Russian Federation, and others being flagged either out of entirely different countries or maybe even out of the People's Republic of China, that may start to further increase and raise tensions around the entirety of the world due to the fact that we are already seeing that the Russians are responding quite prolifically just to the seizure of a singular ship, not multiple of them.
Also, by the way, folks, I don't mean to sound like a fearmonger here, because it's not my intent behind saying this, but I see several people saying that this isn't much of anything. I'll be perfectly honest with you. We are literally entering World War III right now. I'm not sure if people know that or not. We are literally stepping over the threshold into World War III. There's too many major escalations happening right now. You have Iran in a revolution. You have Russia firing nuclear-capable missiles at the NATO border. You have the U.S. doing basically a conquest of South America right now. So these are all preparations for World War. If people don't want to accept that or not, we're stepping into it. We're probably still a little ways out from like the heat of it, but it's here. It's arriving right now. So not saying that to panic anybody. It's just the facts in my personal opinion. That's my assessment. I know people may disagree with it, but we're stepping into some very dangerous, treacherous territory as we speak today.
I would say that that really isn't without a doubt. I would generally have to echo the same statements. We are incredibly close to the outbreak of a third world war at this point. It does appear that right now the Russian Federation is escalating, as we generally expected yesterday, to the seizure of the Bella 1. And while they didn't directly react to the seizure of the vessel on scene, it does appear that they are reacting to that on a strategic scale. And I've got to be entirely honest with y'all, with the current situation that we're seeing right now, it is not looking all too good. And we've been saying that it's getting worse and worse year over year, but I'll have to say that the escalatory path has, instead of going from its usual gradual climb year over year, it's almost happening exponentially over the past several months, as we have seen that a large amount of actions, particularly made in foreign policy, are not necessarily de-escalating the chances of a third world war. It appears that they're actually ramping up the chances for a third world war far sooner than we would have anticipated in years prior. Generally, we've stated that if anything was going to become a larger conflict, we would assume that the Russian Federation would most likely be in such financial straits, they would have to begin a larger conflict around 2027 at the very beginning of that year, and the People's Republic of China was highly likely to begin its invasions of Taiwan sometime around the earlier part of 2027 as well, which still puts us a year out from the real window where a world war could possibly begin. Due to some actions that have been made here recently that appear to have not been incredibly well thought out, due to the possibility of further escalations and retaliatory actions, it appears that we're actually seeing that a world war may be far closer to happening right now than anticipated. The Russian Federation is not going to conduct an immediate nuclear attack on NATO forces, but it is highly likely that they will start a larger conventional war against NATO here within the very near future, under the justification that they're protecting their national interest and also possibly protecting themselves from such actions like seizures of their vessels at sea, like the Bella 1, which it apparently now appears the Russian Federation is making this into a major incident. And Matthew, I hear that we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment.
Okay, so also we have not gotten to this yet, but right now there is a major tit for tat going on right now between Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine's launched a devastating attack against Belgrade and also, I believe, maybe Kursk as well. Definitely Belgrade. Belgrade's currently delved into a major citywide blackout due to Ukrainian attacks, so they're going at it right now. Ukraine and Russia are really lighting each other up. Unfortunately, Ukraine's also getting slammed as well. We're seeing apparently Kyiv and some other places getting hit by Shahed Russian drones. And we just got word literally 50 seconds ago that Russia has just launched calibers from the sea, caliber missiles, that is. So we're hearing very large volleys being exchanged right now between the two countries. Sadly, I can't report how the air defense is holding up inside of Ukraine. We have not gotten reports about how that's working right this second, but we have not seen any terrible impacts except for the IRBM strikes in Lviv, Ukraine. So we're waiting to see if there are confirmed impacts anywhere inside of Kyiv, but there are some big battles taking place right this second.
And it does certainly appear so. We do have some minimal footage that we were able to gather before the show of a large number of Geron 2 drones within the city of Kyiv, which we can see in this clip here, and also hear them. In a second, you'll see this one fly right over, and there it is.
Но я это заснял.
Additionally, we saw other footage from the city of Kryvyi Rih, where we also were able to see hits that were confirmed within the area of this city as well by Russian Federation drones and missiles.
Ooh, ебать!
That appears, due to the bright blue flashes that happened right after the initial explosion, that it was on some form of electrical infrastructure, and it also appears that would be heavily mirrored by the fact that the city went into a complete blackout in the midst of what appeared to have been an electrical flash inside the clouds off in the distance. Notice here, right before this impact was seen, the streets were illuminated. Afterwards, there was an entire blackout. But moving on out of these clips from inside of the state of Ukraine, we did confirm that the Ukrainian armed forces have conducted a retaliatory attack against the Russian Federation, and have caused, from what we can tell, comparable or equal damage, maybe even more damage than the Russian Federation has just conducted against the state of Ukraine and its attacks that have been conducted tonight. The city of Belgorod was hit once more by a large force of drones from the Ukrainian armed forces, striking the thermal power plant and multiple electrical substations throughout the city. As a matter of fact, these strikes were so all-encompassing as far as the sort of targets that they hit. The entire city of Belgorod, which is roughly around 300,000 people, is currently embroiled in the midst of an ongoing electrical blackout. The only light that y'all are seeing right here is from nearby impacts and explosions, and also the fires raging on those substations in the distance, but it appears that the entire city of Belgorod has lost electricity and all forms of communication and most other civil systems and utility functions due to the Ukrainian attacks that were started just a moment ago. Additionally, we also were able to see within the city of Oriel that the thermal power plant near to the area, the Orlovskaya thermal power plant, was taking direct hits by Ukrainian drones and missiles and appears to have also been completely knocked out, including the entirety of the Oriel power grid, which also appears to have plunged the entire city of Oriel into a complete electrical blackout as well. There's the Ukrainian missile, and here comes the impact.
И вниз пошел.
And there's the hit.
Ой-ой-ой. Ну и где ПВО?
We hear the alarms going off. I'd also like y'all to note that this is one of the rare times we've gotten clear footage of a missile being used by the armed forces of Ukraine on a Russian target. We have also been able to see, at least at this point of the footage when the missile flew over, at least the very faint sort of an outline of the missile, but unfortunately this just does not give us enough information to know exactly what form of missile this was. It could have been a Storm Shadow or a Scalp EG, it may have also been a Flamingo, or it may have been another domestically made Ukrainian cruise missile that the Ukrainians have been using in prior attacks. We're just not incredibly sure which one it is at the moment, but it did appear to be traveling at a high rate of speed. So once again, to show y'all, it appears to have been traveling very close to the transonic range, which would be right around the area of the speed of sound, so around 670 miles an hour approximately. Moving on out of that bit of news, we were also able to see the complete blackout that was caused in Oriel as a result, and the city is entirely without power. Any lights that y'all are seeing in this video are apparently operated by some sort of emergency power, or it is some sort of a battery-powered flashlight or other form of electricity that's being provided by battery power or emergency backup generators throughout the entirety of city. The official city power grid has been completely knocked out from the Ukrainian attack. Quite clearly, not a great instance of a development for the Russian Federation. But before we cover the rest of the news that of the Ukrainian retaliatory strikes that have been conducted in the Russian Federation, we do have to take a brief pause for more breaking news that's coming out of this moment. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so I'm tracking a couple of different stories right now, some pretty big ones coming out, but the big one is, though, we are now getting confirmation. I was just mentioning a moment ago, I was waiting for confirmation to see how the air defense is holding up in the capital city of Kyiv inside of Ukraine. It looks like, for the most part, it's holding up well, but Russia has resorted back to their terrorist tactics again. They're currently striking specifically multi-story residential buildings inside the capital city. This is not unusual for Russia, by the way. Some people may think, well, that's something new. It's not. They do this all the time. They always terrorize civilians. And in fact, in this video right here, you can see the exact moment of impact on the residential building. And in fact, you can see people even turning their lights on after it hit, which is kind of crazy too. So let's take a look and see what happened.
And there goes the Garan, directly into a high-rise.
The scumbags are hitting the civilians again, of course. This is something that Putin always wants to do every time that there's an attack on anybody. They always resort to hitting civilians every time. The Russian government's a terrorist regime.
We also have these pictures as well coming out of Kyiv of the multiple strikes and impacts that have been caused on apartment buildings over the course of just the last hour.
Ебать, сука!
We also have this footage as well, once again showing another fire on a residential high-rise building caused by a Russian attack. And this footage as well. It's an incredibly unfortunate situation to see that's currently happening within the city of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, and it seems as though the Ukrainian air defense is working incredibly hard, but as usual, some percentage of Russian drones and missiles will make it all the way through the air defense and end up hitting whatever targets were designated for them at the beginning of the attacks. Usually these attacks involve hitting primarily residential infrastructure, as the Russian Federation conducts acts of terrorism against the Ukrainian citizenry and the Ukrainian armed forces, primarily against the citizenry. The Russian Federation's hope through their total war approach to the sort of attacks that we see is that they are able to terrorize and subjugate the Ukrainian citizenry well enough that it puts enough pressure on the civilian governments within the Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian state to force an end to the conflict and also an acceptance of Russia's terms and conditions. Such a similar sort of a premise or strategy was actually seen by the Republic of Srpska's armed forces within the Bosnian War, where we saw that multiple snipers and forces of the Srpska armies surrounded the city of Sarajevo and would conduct indiscriminate attacks against the civilian citizenry within the city to try and force global powers and also those of the local governments within Bosnia of the Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina to accept the demands of the Srpska and Serbian armed forces, otherwise the suffering of the citizenry would continue. It's generally the same sort of principle that we're seeing inside of Ukraine at the moment, and it is an incredibly unfortunate one to see. We will most likely be expecting that there will be some form of civilian casualties that will be coming out throughout the night, and there will, of course, inevitably be fatalities that were caused by these strikes as well, and it is incredibly common to hear that children are usually wounded or killed in the midst of these active strikes. It does seem that at the moment, though, the Ukrainians did try and return the favor back to the Russian Federation, and we do have further explosions coming out of the Oriel area in the footage that we have right here. The Russian Federation appears to be trying to at least get even with Ukraine at the moment, as most of Ukraine's drone and missile attacks into the Russian Federation, considering that they target primarily critical infrastructure and key economic machines, generally causes far more damage to the Russian Federation, even over a short-term period of time, than the Russian attacks against civilians inside of Ukraine conducts over a long period of time. The Russian Federation also seems to be trying to send a direct threat to NATO over the course of the day, just once again to circle back to this for anyone who's joining us right now, by conducting an Oreshnik intermediate-range ballistic missile attack on the city of Lviv. We believe at the moment that it may have involved several Oreshnik intermediate-range ballistic missiles, as we have seen a large number of impacts of independent reentry vehicles around the city of Lviv, and we've also heard reports that there is possibly a second wave of Oreshnik IRBM strikes that may be happening over the course of this night or over the course of this day. We will be waiting to see.
That's a huge risk right there, by the way, because I did try to get corroboration on that earlier today that maybe there might be more IRBM strikes against Ukraine, which is a real possibility, apparently. Also, by the way, Enforcer, I grabbed the U.S. Embassy statement here. I'm not sure if we've shown this, but we can show it again if we already have. Let me grab this real quick. I'll grab it from Anton. Let's see here. I just reposted it on our main page here. But I want to show you all this. There was a security alert issued this morning from the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, Ukraine, and they were warning that the embassy had received information concerning a significant air attack that could occur at any time over the next several days, and they recommended U.S. citizens be prepared to take shelter. So this could be a multi-day thing. And once again, there is a real possibility that Putin could launch more IRBMs against more sites in Ukraine in the coming days or even the coming hours, perhaps. We've heard on the back channels that the Ukrainians are worried that more might be launched soon. So this is a hell of a situation tonight. I'm not really sure if it's all about the ship. I think it's more about Putin feeling like he's cornered at this point. I think that's probably what's more about to me, but this is a tough one today.
And I would have to definitely say it certainly has been an incredibly tough day today, not only for the citizenry of Ukraine, but generally the Western world at large, as it does appear that the Russian Federation is continuing its acts of terror and also trying to further that terror towards citizens of the Western world, either within NATO or generally everywhere around the world that considers themselves to not be a part of the Axis powers. Incredibly unfortunate incident to see, and we are going to be making sure to cover that news as it continues to come out live. Additionally, the Ukrainian armed forces did conduct another attack against the Russian shadow tanker today near to the coast of Turkey, as a 274-meter long Elbis oil tanker was on its way to pick up oil from the Russian port of Novorossiysk, which has somehow returned to some minimal level of operational ability, at least recently after the crippling Ukrainian strikes, and it was hit 30 miles off of Turkey's Black Sea coast, meaning that it was hit within international waters. So boo-hoo-hoo, incredibly unfortunate to see, and it looks like they may be losing another oil tanker that has been put out of action as a result. I also want to make it clear, folks, that from what we understand, at least with this oil tanker, this is not an alleged shadow tanker, as any form of an oil tanker that operates out of Russian ports, loading up oil and then exporting that to other foreign countries, is involved in sanctions evasion, as Russian oil is sanctioned by the United States of America and most Western countries for transportation around the world, meaning that if this ship's final destination was the port of Novorossiysk, which it clearly will be taking on oil at Novorossiysk, or Russia does not buy any or hardly at all any form of oil from the outside world, this vessel was involved in sanctions evasion, and it does appear the Ukrainians have hit the vessel and have apparently set fire to most of the ship, at least from the picture that we got earlier today. Additionally, we have also been able to hear of other major breaking news that has been generally concerning the Russian developments and situations at the moment, but of course we will be waiting for more news coming out of this moment before we get into anything else in greater detail.
Now, also, by the way, thanks to several people in the chat, also BC Guy, and sadly, I can't remember the other person that pointed this out. I wish I could give you your credit, though, but we have gotten a general idea of where the gas facility that's been allegedly hit by the IRBM strikes near Lviv, Ukraine. Apparently, it's north along the E471 from Stryai, just southwest of Pionchaya. I can't even say. I'll be honest with you, folks. I'm going to butcher that like I just did there, so I'm not going to pronounce it. But Enforcer, you can see it in the chat right here. I put it in the chat if you can see it. Do you see it?
Let's see. I do not see it at the moment. Let me see if I can.
I'm going to repost it.
Here we are.
It should be right
it.
there.
So it's near Pyatnichany. So let's take a look if we can find that here really quickly. And hopefully I pronounced that correctly as well. So that would be north along the E471. Let's find the E471. So this is it. It appears to continue from just southwest of Pyatnichany. So this is going to be south here. So let's find Stry, and then right here, this is the facility. And a huge thanks to everyone who was able to find that. That is the exact facility that we were looking at earlier. So it actually appears that this was a good bit south of Lviv, and really quickly to try and make sure to get a measurement of distance, this was actually around 50 miles away from the border. So this actually lines up more so with the information that we were being reported earlier. Instead of it being around the city of Lviv, it actually appears that it is about 50 miles away south of Lviv.
That's insane, by the way. I mean, look at that. Zoom out a little bit, by the way, so we can get a general perspective. Look at that. That is wild. I mean, that is, I can't even understate how dangerous that was to even attempt to do that, even to send a message. This is like literally right on the hair of starting World War III, like literally a direct battle between Poland and Russia. This was incredibly reckless. That is extremely close to the Polish border right there. And that's a wild maneuver.
And also, folks, considering that these weapons are flying at around 10,000 kilometers an hour and are even traveling at extremely high rates of speed at their terminal phase when they're about to impact their target, if we were to take... Dang, sorry, folks. If we were to take that assumption that they were traveling roughly, we'll just say roughly around 10,000 kilometers an hour around the point of impact, that actually means that if this was 85 kilometers away from the border or around 70 kilometers away from the border at the closest, this was less than a second in terms of flight time away from hitting inside of Poland. Somewhere around there. It was not that far off. So That is incredibly concerning to think of, considering that it is literally 1 second or less away from striking inside of a NATO state. And not only that, this is, and I got to make this incredibly clear, folks, this is not the kind of Russian escalations that we saw in 2024 when the last Oreshnik hypersonic attack was conducted against Ukraine. The last time an Oreshnik hypersonic attack was conducted against Ukraine, it was conducted in an incredibly centralized location within eastern Ukraine and the city of Dnipro. This attack today is directly targeting the NATO border at Poland, considering how close it is to a NATO state. This would be like the United States of America firing off a nuclear weapons test and having that splash down somewhere inside of the international waters of the Baltic Sea or the Gulf of Finland, just miles away from St. Petersburg or elsewhere. That would be incredibly similar in terms of an exercise or action that would be conducted, which would be considered to be massively escalatory by anyone involved.
Indeed. And also, by the way, real quick, I do want to give credit real quick because it was Snowy88 in the live chat that got us that general location, and then BC Guy also got it for us as well. So a huge shout to those two for locating that. Sadly, our bandwidth is starting to get really, really reduced right now because we're following so many different major breaking events from so many different regions. Our memory bandwidth is starting to get reduced. So please forgive us for that. But also at the same time, folks, we are hearing another piece of breaking news right this second. Also, by the way, for the people mentioning the situation with the with ICE and another shooting happening, we don't cover that. We don't cover domestic news in the United States. We just cover geopolitics. So we're not going to be able to touch on that one. But we are hearing, unfortunately, that apparently there is one person deceased inside of Ukraine right now, inside of Kiev, and also 4 more injured as well. That's the early death toll right now that we're hearing from these strikes. Sadly so, a person has passed away as a result of these scumbags once again launching a strike on civilians inside of Kyiv. So very, very bad there. So, Enforcer, I'm going to try to keep looking for more breaking news here for a second, but in the meantime, though, I'll give it back to you.
And meanwhile, while we're waiting for more breaking news to be coming out of the situation in Ukraine, I can tell y'all that when we get a moment here later on in the show, we are actually going to be moving on down into Iran and also within Syria, as we do have other major breaking news developments happening around the world at the same time that this is happening. I will give you all a little bit of an overview of what we will be talking about later on the stream. Right now, the Islamic Republic of Iran has started massacres against the revolutionaries within the streets, as video footage did come out from hours ago showing mass shootings happening by Iranian security forces against the protesters, with large amounts of casualties being seen in the process. We've now understood that the Islamic Republic of Iran, in an attempt to stop the information from spreading globally about what they're doing, have now completely shut off the internet throughout the entirety of the country. Right now, the only video and picture evidence that we are getting out of the Islamic Republic of Iran is coming through connections via Starlink, considering that all other forms of internet have been completely shut off inside of the country. We also are hearing that at the moment there are now some forms of armed firefights also happening between the revolutionaries and the internal security services, where it appears that it's now becoming almost pitched battles within most cities within central and western Iran. Additionally, we've also been able to confirm that as of today, we've generally considered the Syrian Civil War, or the Second Syrian Civil War, to have been ongoing for a little while now due to prior clashes between the Syrian interim government and the Syrian Democratic Forces. But as of today, we can confirm that the Second Syrian Civil War appears to have gone hot, as major battles are now erupting within Aleppo, with the Syrian interim government conducting an offensive against the Syrian Democratic Forces, and the Syrian Democratic Forces are now racing reinforcements into the city of Aleppo to try and hold their positions and not only eventually stop the SIG attack, but to also possibly conduct a counterattack. So we are currently seeing that those situations are developing at the moment throughout the entirety of the Middle East as well, and it has become such a severe development within Syria that we've even seen that the U.S. Special Envoy to, I believe it's Israel, Syria, and Lebanon, Tom Barak, has made an official statement asking for calm within the region and for both sides to de-escalate in the current civil war that's going on at the moment. So with that, I hope that does address that the best we can, at least at this situation right now, but we will be getting on into further news and developments here on air. I also want to make it clear.
Also, real quick, I do have a piece of breaking news right now. We're getting some additional footage right now of the strike of the Oreshnik on Lviv, Ukraine. So we have a whole different angle this time. I believe it's different. Hopefully I'm not mixing it up with a different one that we have. But if we could show this real quick, it's at the very top of our timeline, and show people this other angle.
And let's see here. This appears to be incredibly similar to a last one that we saw. Maybe it's a slightly different angle to the left, but generally within the same property bounds. But it looks like new camera footage that came out from that area.
Then you see that coming in fast right there. Those apparently go about 10,000 kilometers an hour, apparently.
Quite fast to say the least, but it looks like, I don't know what it is, Matthew. It looks like it was literally taken from the same property because the same buildings in the foreground are visible, but it also looks like this camera is cannoned for some reason at just a slight angle more towards the left of frame from the last video than the last one was.
Yeah, it kind of does right there. Also, by the way, I'm not sure if we mentioned this, but this thing right here, like I just mentioned, travels at 10,000 kilometers an hour. Obviously, it has a huge arc on it. That's a distinct feature of an IRBM or ICBM as well. But these things apparently traveled 12 to 13 minutes from the launch site in Kapustin Yar, which is, I believe, that's the Astrakhan region, isn't it?
Yes, that would be like the Otabinsk, Astrakhan area.
Yeah, so about 12 to 13 minutes was the flight time to get from that location in Kapustin Yar, which is in this area that we're looking at right here, all the way to basically the Polish border. So it does confirm that the missile is extremely fast. That does confirm that. These missiles were not launched from Belarus. I saw some people saying that earlier, that maybe they got launched from Belarus. It's not possible. Like, it's not even physically possible for them to launch an Oreshnik from Belarus to hit Ukraine. There's a minimum range and a maximum range on the Oreshnik missile, and Ukraine pretty much falls in the minimum range of the missile. So it only could have come from Kapustin Yar.
Actually, there is a possibility this could have come from Belarus because the minimum firing range of an Oreshnik IRBM, and I was actually thinking that as well, Matthew, until I just checked it, the minimum firing range of an Oreshnik IRBM is around 360 to 370 miles, and this actually is exactly 456 miles away from the Khrushchev 6 aerodrome. So it actually is within about 80 miles of the minimum range needed to be able to fire. So there is a technical possibility, although we're understanding the missile was airborne for 12 minutes, which makes this much less likely, but there is a limited possibility that a launch could have been conducted if the Russians were able to get approval from the Belarusians for this action from the Khrushchev 6 aerodrome, because it actually would fall within the minimum range necessary to be able to conduct the strike.
I would personally, and once again, everything we know about the Oreshnik, it's all hypothetical, and also it's derived from some intelligence out of Russia that the West has been able to obtain over time, but we don't have the exact specifications. I would highly doubt that a missile launched from Belarus could actually strike this area in Ukraine. I would doubt it, because if this is what we know generally is the minimum range right here, I would give it a margin of error a little bit larger than that personally, and I would highly doubt that it could be launched from Belarus and hit Ukraine like that.
Let me see here really quickly if I can try and find some information on its minimum firing range, because I have a feeling that that is most likely gathered from intelligence that we do have here in the West and is not openly known. This is why the Russians let us know of a vulnerability. But still, at the same time, though, there is a limited range to these sorts of missiles, folks, because these missiles generally fire in a lob, or they actually go exo-atmospheric, meaning that they're outside of the Earth's atmosphere and they're actually conducting a technically not really outer space sort of a trajectory, but at least some form of a low orbit trajectory or suborbital trajectory to be able to hit its target. And if you fire a missile too vertically, because they all have to kind of lob into target and gravity brings them back down onto their target to some extent, if you fire it at too steep of an angle, the missile actually just fires straight up, basically, and into space, and then it completely pulls itself out of Earth's gravity, and then literally goes flying in an unlimited sense until it eventually hits something out into space. So there is a limited firing arc for that reason that these missiles can make, because if it's too steep of a fire arc, it will actually break out of the Earth's atmosphere and also Earth's gravity well, and then just go flying off into space. So generally, we would know that there is at least some form of a limited firing arc to this missile, but we do not know how far it could be. Still, it is about 460 miles away from the current area that was hit, and also on top of that, if we were to take that at face value that is within the limited firing arc, that actually means that some other countries within Europe would actually be relatively safe. For example, Warsaw may also not be possibly hit by an Oreshnik based at the Khrushchev 6 aerodrome, because it also is about the same distance from the Khrushchev 6 as the current target that was hit in Ukraine. So I'll be entirely honest with y'all, I'm highly doubting that it was fired from the Khrushchev 6 aerodrome, but I think that that definitely would be possible because we do understand that the Khrushchev 6 aerodrome was used and generally set up as an Oreshnik intermediate range launching facility due to the fact that the Oreshnik's minimum range would allow for it to hit for anything basically from the Belarusian border onwards into Europe, even including the UK and Ireland. So I would assume that it was within range of the Khrushchev 6 aerodrome, but we do know that this was fired from the Kapustin Yar testing range within the Astrakhan Oblast because the flight time was around 12 to 13 minutes over about an 1,800 kilometer span, meaning that it had to have been fired from the Kapustin Yar testing range and not from the Khrushchev 6 aerodrome.
Yeah, and also, by the way, I'm not sure if the Russians were thinking it this far out, but just to want to point this out, that Rezhal, which is right across the border into Poland, that is the area in which all the military equipment that the West provides for Ukraine is staged. They stage it here at Rezhal inside of Poland, which is about, I think it's about 140 kilometers away from Rezhal is where these strikes by the IRBM occurred inside of Ukraine. So I'm not sure if maybe it was thought that far out, but I think there might be some symbolism behind that.
There may possibly be, and it definitely is the case, at least at this point, that the Russian Federation was making a direct threat against NATO from what we would be able to understand. On top of that, folks, Rezhal is an incredibly important location, not only for Poland, but also for the greater Western world, as we do understand that the Rezhal International Airport, as you can see here, it is completely blurred out, is used significantly by NATO forces to conduct resupplies to the state of Ukraine of a large variety of arms, munitions, and even, to some extent, Ukrainian personnel that have been transported abroad for some form of international training from the United Kingdom or other countries within Europe that conduct significant amounts of training for Ukrainian armed forces. So it does appear that that would be something along the lines of a symbolic threat that had been made, and also quite concerning to say the least. And so moving on out of that, folks, we're actually going to be taking a moment to move on out of the Oreshnik. Oh, go ahead.
Real quick though, before we move on, we're still getting some more breaking news out of Ukraine right now. Let me try to verify something real quick. Let's see. This will take me just 10 seconds or so to verify this. So I will say this. I'm hearing some people in the chat say that there's reports of Kinzels in the air right now heading toward Ukraine. I'm trying to get verification of that. That's currently what I'm doing right this second. So let me see if I can get that verification here on the spot within a very quick time. So we are getting some early reports. I can confirm that we're hearing early reports from Ukrainian back channels right now that Kinzel missiles, which I believe are supposed to be hypersonic, or at least the Russians claim that they're hypersonic missiles, are apparently on their way to Ukraine, and they've detected early launches of Kinzels. So, Enforcer, can you tell us what is the potency of that missile and how often do they use them? Because I don't remember hearing about those being used too often.
The Kinzel hypersonic is actually the most commonly used hypersonic by the Russian Federation, as the Kinzel
hypersonic, you say?
Yeah, like the Kinzel is technically a hypersonic missile, although it necessarily isn't. It's actually the modified Iskander that's underslung on the MiG-31Ks.
Interesting. So it's the most common hypersonic, but they don't use this thing like all the time. Like I'm not aware of them using it all the time.
Generally they sprinkle these in quite often. We just don't really cover it a lot on the channel, but they sprinkle these in fairly limited numbers quite often these days, and we usually hear in every other second attack that maybe 3 of these were fired into Ukraine at some different targets. Funnily enough, usually most of them are shot down. Only about 30% of them make it through. The rest of them actually get shot down by some form of a Patriot air defense, a SAMP-T, or some other similar air defense system.
Interesting. So I'm reading here, apparently this is used occasionally. It's not used all the time, but they use them occasionally. But when these are launched, and I thought this was the case, typically it's a larger event when these are launched. It's not quite as obviously severe as an IRBM. That's the most extreme that Russia could pretty much use. But this right here is like right in the middle of the severity of missiles, this thing right here.
Kind of to an extent, but as far as the question you were asking a second ago, you said this is like rarely used, and as far as hypersonics, this is the most commonly used one. Like, it's very rare to see a Zircon that's been fired. In fact, that is actually exceptionally rare to see a Zircon fired into Ukraine. And generally, we don't see most other varieties of missiles being fired that are hypersonic in definition, rather than this Kinzel. So that's the reason why I said it was wildly common, is because I said for hypersonics is this common. I was like, this is actually the most common one. But it still is used decently, because in most aerial defense reports that we have, that we cover here on the show, it's usually every other air defense report that we have that at least one of these Kinzels was shot down. So it's generally become such an insignificant development that we hardly even cover when they're used. But it does appear that there is some sort of a launch of possibly of Kinzel hypersonics that has been conducted at the moment.
Indeed. And also, by the way, we have a poll to address as well.
And also, speaking of which, what are people thinking about that poll, Matthew? What are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so jumping right into the poll right here, which I see people, they're anxious to get to it. And also, we let this thing simmer for quite a minute, for 27 minutes, actually. We kind of forgot about this thing and left it on the back burner. But the poll says, do you believe we have entered the early stages of a global conflict, aka World War III? Some people, find that to be cringy to say World War III, so I said global conflict to lessen the blow a little bit. But 49% said yes, global conflict has begun, while 24% said it's too early to tell, and 21% said no, this is simply a new Cold War, and it will not turn hot. So I'm with the 49%. I believe global conflict has begun. When World War II started, and also World War I, there wasn't necessarily like the moment that people were like, oh, right now is World War II. They always label it that in retrospect. So in my personal opinion, going off of previous World Wars, I would say that if you look at the situation right now that we're going through in this point in history, in retrospect, from like 5 years from now, I think most people are going to say that was the early start of World War III. Not saying that to fearmonger. People, when they hear that, they think, oh, he's just trying to hype people up. No, I genuinely believe that. Look at the situations happening around the world now and tell me that we're in peace. I mean, obviously it's not peace. Name a time when it's been this crazy except for a world war. I mean, it's literally like a world war. So I'm with the 49%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would generally have to say that I would be with the 49% as well, that I would believe that some sort of a global conflict is either about to happen or is happening at the moment. But it's always a little bit hard to say that, folks, with any amount of certainty, because there are very few, actually out of the 2 world wars that we've had, only one of them has, out of the 2, so we're shooting a 50-50 here, have a guaranteed date that they started, which everyone says that the First World War started with the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria-Hungary in Sarajevo. If I'm not mistaken, that was in August of 1917, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere around, 1914. Sorry, folks, I was actually saying the U.S. involvement in World War I's date, which would have been the latter part of 1917. But nevertheless, that's generally the only world war out of the 2 where we have a definitive agreed upon starting date for that conflict. The Second World War is heavily debated as to when it started, even into the present day. Some people say that it started with the Marco Polo Bridge incident between Imperial Japan and the Republic of China in 1936, while some others stated that it begun with the Anschluss of Austria in 1938, and some others say that World War II only really started with the invasion of Poland in August of 1939. So there are at least 3 different dates that people argue that the Second World War officially began on, and there's really no open consensus as to which one's accurate, because you could really argue that each and any single one of them generally started a major global conflict in some way, shape, or form. So I would generally say that right now we're definitely within that phase where people in the future might even argue that World War III had already started right now, because some people in the future may consider the beginning of the war in Ukraine to be the beginning of the Third World War, depending on how everything goes. Some people may say that the conflicts in the Middle East were the beginning of the Third World War, and some people may say that the major incidents that we see that happen all the time in between China and Taiwan are generally some form of a build-up to the Third World War as well. So we already have at this moment, if scholars in the future see it this way, 3 individual starting incidents that could have led to a Third World War according to scholars in the future. So I would have to say we're definitely around the time that someone in the future could definitely argue that we are in a Third World War, or we may even be seeing that we are already well within it at this point, and those points aren't even up for debate. I wouldn't really know which one to say, because usually that's determined in hindsight after a conflict is ended, but we certainly are in an incredibly unstable and dangerous time, to say the least.
Yeah, I would say so for sure. Definitely uncertain times. It's really honestly overwhelming to watch because, like I mentioned earlier, I did like a quick synopsis of what's happening around the world all at once. The Middle East is on fire. And when I say it's on fire, the Middle East is always chaotic. Like, it's never not chaotic. But Syria right now is literally entering a civil war. If you haven't seen what's happening right now in Aleppo, Also, by the way, sorry about the noise in the background. There's some idiot outside ripping down the street on a motorcycle. But if you look inside of Syria right now, it is absolutely crazy. Aleppo is being lit up by the SDF and the Syrian armed forces. It is a complete battle in that city right now. It is a wild battles happening. Then you have Iran. Iran is literally on the precipice of having a complete revolution where they're going to overthrow the Ayatollah. And today, they cut the internet off so that way the Iranians can basically do massacres on people. So it's escalating. And you have a bunch of stuff happening in Africa. You have a bunch of stuff happening in Asia with Taiwan, stuff happening with Thailand and Cambodia starting back up, Russia firing missiles near Poland, Russia destroying Ukraine, Ukraine destroying Russia. I mean, also Greenland threats. You got South America being conquered, basically. That's a hell of a lot of stuff. I mean, that's a lot. I mean, somebody tell me that the world's not on fire looking at all this stuff right here. This is insane.
Let's see. Let me try and see if I can give us a complete list of every single conflict and every single crisis that we currently know of at the moment. So we have the U.S. and Venezuela. Then we have the U.S. Creating the Mexican, Cuban, and Colombian crisis, as well as the possible annexation of Greenland. So the United States alone right now is counting for 5 individual wars or crises that are being threatened at the moment. We also understand that right now the Russian Federation is involved in the war in Ukraine and also has been involved, at least prior, in the U.S. incident with the seizure of the Bella 1 yesterday, so that's now raising the number up to 7, including those 2 incidents. We also understand that the Russian Federation is threatening the greater part of Europe and the whole of the NATO alliance, including the United States, with a larger ground conflict, which is 8. We also understand that within Africa, the Sudanese civil war is going on. There are ISIS cells that are incredibly active within northern Nigeria, so that would be 9 and 10 at the moment. We also understand that inside of Libya, there's a large amount of unrest going on there as well, and what appears to be the possibility of another civil war within that country, so that's 11. We also know, let's see here, let me think of another one. Oh yeah, there's the current Israeli situation going on in Somaliland, that would be 12. The Yemeni civil war, that's 11. The ongoing Israeli wars with Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and generally the uprising tensions with Iran, which would be about 12. The Iranian Revolution, which is 13. The Syrian Civil War, which is 14. Let me see, what else can I think of and scrape up in the Middle East? Oh yeah, the fights in between the clans in Iraq, that would be 15. Let's see. Oh yeah, there's
Afghanistan, the situation with the proxies in Afghanistan.
Yeah, so that would be 16. Let's see, there's the Pakistan-India border conflict, that would be 17. There's also the India-Chinese border conflicts as well, which are not really that heavily reported. That's 18. Thailand and Cambodia would be 19. The Burmese Civil War is 20. Let's see here, what else? Oh yeah, the Chinese messing with Vietnam, the Philippines, Taiwan, and also Malaysia. That would be, let's see, 21, 22, 23, and 24. We also have the Chinese messing with the Japanese. That would be 25. We also have the North Koreans threatening South Korea, Japan, and the United States all together as a group. That would be 26. And then we also have, let's see here, what else? That's about all of them that I can think of off the top of my head. So we have 26 individual crises and wars that are currently ongoing in the world right now at a minimum. And I'm sure that we could come up with some more if we were to really sit down and start thinking out an actual list of everything that's going on. So we have about 26 individual incidents. That's a damn lot of them.
That's a hell of a lot right there. Also, I do want to say this. I see some people saying, oh, you know, they say in the United States they have the president of peace. I'll be honest, I don't think any president, no matter who they are, could have solved this situation. Now, I will admit, the president is not helping the situation by starting this major situation in South America. He's certainly not helping. But at the same time, though, this was going to play out similarly, regardless of what the president did, because Putin kicked the whole thing off. I mean, he's clearly the catalyst of this entire global instability right now by invading Ukraine. Once that happened, it seems like the genie was out of the bottle at that point, and things were going to go the way they were going to go, which we're seeing right now, has led to global instability like we've never seen before since World War II. So it was going to go this way. I know people want to find a scapegoat. There is no singular scapegoat. There's certainly people that are exacerbating it, but it's not a singular cause and point.
I would definitely have to agree with that, and also a lot of people say all sorts of things, and this is the most common one in America, and this is the one that really cheapens up everything. Biden's all at fault or Trump's all at fault, and the truth of the matter is that neither of them is at fault, because there's a lot of moving mechanisms in the world that make things happen no matter what. Now, I will say that direct U.S. actions, you can actually directly say that those cause some sort of a conflict. Like, for example, the decision to seize the Marinera yesterday generally is definitely the reason why the Russians conducted the Oreshnik strike in Lviv today. Like, there's almost no doubt about that. So if you wanted to say that the president's at fault for that, I mean, you actually could easily say that one because, while I would have to say, for one, I'm not at all against stopping and seizing Russian tankers, don't get me wrong, and I think that that action was pretty solid. Still, at the same time, that did create the rising tensions that we're seeing today. So if you wanted to say that he was at fault for that, I mean, sure, but also at the same time, I mean, can we really say that that was a bad move, especially considering that we went through a full legal process to authorize the seizure of that vessel through a U.S. court with a seizure warrant, among many other things, and then we conducted a chase of the ship that was flagged out of Guyana, and then they changed the flag in the midst of the pursuit to a Russian one, and then immediately called up the foreign ministry in Russia to get them involved in the situation? Could we really say that we were wrong in seizing that ship? I'd actually have to say no in that instance. We weren't at all wrong with that, and it is what it is at this point. So you could blame the president, but at the same time, I mean, what else were we going to do? So that's what I would have to say on that. But on another thing is that with the war in Ukraine and other conflicts around the world, the United States, and particularly whoever is the president, who's basically like the magic man to most people in America because he's just capable of doing anything in most people's minds, which isn't the case, can do very little in terms of how things turn out in foreign policy. I mean, look at the president of the United States from this year. Did he stop the Thailand-Cambodia war? No. Actually, he's the reason why there are 3 Thailand-Cambodia wars, if you really think about it, because if he hadn't gotten involved in stopping the first war, which was the 7-Eleven war, we would still be on the 7-Eleven war right now, or maybe even the casino war, because the Cambodians and the Thai may have negotiated their way out of the first one on their own. But actually, the president is the reason why there have been 3 Thailand-Cambodia wars over the course of just about a single year. The India-Pakistan conflict clearly hasn't ended, as both sides are still openly stating that their operations against the other have not concluded, and they're just waiting for the right time to restart them. So that didn't end, and we didn't fix the underlying issue there. So once again, the president's involvement in that didn't really mean all too much, especially considering that a new war will be starting there soon. The U.S.'s involvement in the Middle East has amounted to quite literally nothing. We negotiated a ceasefire between Israel, Hamas, and Hezbollah. All of those ceasefires have been violated by basically every single party involved in that negotiation. And on top of that, we did not destroy the Houthis, because if you look at the Syrian civil war right now, the Houthis are still the largest force within the area, at least in terms of their available numbers. We didn't really stop the situation with Iran either, because we didn't completely destroy their nuclear weapons research and development capabilities, as we now know, among many other things. So generally, I would have to say, folks, there's a lot of moving mechanisms out there, but the president can actually do very little, and it's more so an illusion that he can do a lot in foreign policy. But Matthew, I actually understand that we have breaking news at this moment, and what do we got?
Okay, so right now we're going to take a break from Ukraine because that situation is ongoing. The attack is still taking place, and unfortunately, we are hearing about casualties. And I would imagine there's probably casualties in Russia as well, because it looks like Ukraine launched a devastating attack against Belgorod. So we are hearing now that breaking news out of Iran. We had heard about 3 or 4 hours ago that the Iranian government had turned off the internet access across the country in several different regions. We are now hearing that internet activity across Iran has dropped to zero, and hardly any new information is able to get out of Iran, and this has never really existed before in different protest waves. So this is by far the most comprehensive disconnection of the internet that we have seen throughout this entire situation in Iran, which means, typically, in my assessment, the Iranian government is preparing to commit atrocities, and that's probably why they're doing this, because they don't want people to be able to talk about it, and they don't want people to be able to coordinate a response to it. So that's what we're seeing right now. So the Iranians have basically flipped the switch, and they've turned the internet off completely.
And that actually happened around, from what we understand, a good while ago in the early hours of the morning, but we will be making sure to get into that at the moment and actually move on into the Iranian news, as we do have significant developments coming out of this area, as we did confirm earlier in the day that the internet had been shut off within the area. And really quickly, here we are, here it is right here. This marker actually came from earlier in the day, around 4 or 5 hours ago, confirming that it appears that all internet traffic had been shut off within the Islamic Republic of Iran, and at the moment we understand that there is incredibly limited, if not non-existent, internet access for most of the public within the country, due to the fact that the Islamic Republic of Iran is shutting off the internet, so that way video footage of the massacres that they're now conducting against the public can't really spread around most of the world. doesn't really matter. We did get video evidence of that before they even shut off the internet. We were able to see earlier in the day that large amounts of Iranian police and security forces were deploying in schoolyards and elsewhere throughout the country as they were preparing to begin their massacres against the Iranian public. Not long after that, we started to get loads of video and picture evidence throughout the entirety of the country of the internal security forces opening fire in large volleys against these protesters and demonstrators, and from what we understand, a large amount of them have been wounded and killed as a result. We'll actually be trying to get y'all to some of that footage at the moment, and let me see here if I can get y'all the specific footage of them firing on the crowds, because I want to make sure that we get the most dedicated footage. Here we are.
Also, while you're looking for that real quick, for the people asking about Starlink, by the way, because we're obviously talking about the internet getting turned off inside of Iran, I'm not totally sure if Starlink is available to the people. I think I'd heard some reports earlier that Starlink is available, I think, but the problem is, though, you have to have a ability to connect to it, which means you have to have a modem or a router or something to be able to connect to it. I'm not totally sure how that works, to be perfectly honest, but I think Starlink may be an option. I'll try to see if I can get confirmation of that some way or another. I actually tagged Elon Musk earlier to see if he would answer. That was a long shot to see if he was going to answer a tweet, but I haven't heard back from him. So we'll have to wait and see if we can get a statement about that, but I'm not totally sure about Starlink.
And also, here's the footage, folks, in the meantime, of the large sounds of open fire that were heard by Iranian security forces against the revolutionaries in Tehran just earlier today. Additionally, we did see that the revolutionaries, in the meantime, while they are being fired at, are apparently turning the city into absolute hell and mayhem, as videos started to show today that literally showed entire streets ablaze and on fire, with multiple police cars also burning within the streets as well. And that's the end of that clip right there, but we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we are getting some breaking news out of the Middle East, but this is about Syria. Right now, the Syrian Defense Ministry has announced a ceasefire starting at 3 a.m. local time in Asfriha, if I'm saying that right. Probably not, but you know what I mean. So we're hearing a ceasefire, apparently. Apparently, it's a localized ceasefire based on the sounds of it. So there is maybe some progress being made, but I don't know if this extends to Aleppo. Aleppo is the hotspot right now. That's where the fighting is going berserk. And I mean, they are firing mortars, tracers. They are letting loose inside of Aleppo between the SDF and the Syrian armed forces. So I don't know if it covers Aleppo, but we're hearing an early report of a ceasefire starting at 3 a.m. local time that may or may not hold up.
And it does appear that right now the Syrian Defense Ministry is announcing a unilateral ceasefire, which I've got to be entirely honest with y'all, folks. The chances are fairly high that this will not hold because it most likely was not negotiated with the Syrian Defense Forces, or the Syrian Democratic Forces, I mean. Actual explanation there rather than the name I just came up with. Because we have seen that they have negotiated unilaterally one of these the other day, and it completely fell apart, and that's why we're seeing major battles in Aleppo right now. So probably not going to hold all too well, and we also understand the forces of the Syrian interim government are generally almost out of control. So with that, I hope that does address that the best we can, at least in the information that we have right now. And so with that, we will be moving on into some other news that we've also been able to hear of the ongoing situation within Tehran, with more video footage and evidence showing us the destruction that's being caused by the ongoing revolution. This video came out right before the internet was shut down. The damage was quite significant, and it does appear that the revolutions are becoming openly violent today, not only by the internal security services, but by the revolutionaries as well. Additional footage also came out showing us the crowds in Tehran once again before the internet shut off.
Damn. That's a big crowd right there. That is crazy. That's the streets of Tehran.
That is the streets of Tehran.
That is crazy work right there. Imagine if that crowd right there decided to take a left and take a right and end up at the government buildings. I think it could be all over.
Man, you know, imagine if these people had a whole bunch of Molotov cocktails and they ran up to the Central Media Center in Isfahan and just started to throw them in the building. I mean, that'd be pretty destructive.
That would be
right there.
crazy, wouldn't it? That would be insane. I wonder if we could, like, visualize that, what it looks like. Do we have any footage that might show something like that?
I think we might have some sort of like a visualization of what that would look like in this video right here, which actually shows the Iranian state television building apparently burning to the ground after revolutionaries set it on fire.
Well, I'll be damned.
Man, it's crazy. It's almost like we knew that we had that video. Like when we were sitting there talking about, man, that'd be crazy if they burn it down. They did burn it down. But you know what's funny, folks, is that the Israelis had burned down the central Iranian state TV building in Tehran a couple of months ago in the 12-Day War. Now the Iranian revolutionaries have burned down the other headquarters that they had in Isfahan just a few hours ago. So now the Iranian state television network technically doesn't have a major HQ building, from what I know, in either one of the two largest cities within the country. Isn't that so unfortunate for those folks right there, I have to say. But with that, we are going to be moving on out of that little footage that we got inside of Isfahan, which is showing that the revolutionaries have burned down the area. And also, I do want to make it clear, folks, that advertising is not allowed in the chat on the channel. I've seen a large amount of people advertising for one YouTube channel, and I've got to be honest at this point, folks, I don't know what they're doing, but it seems as though they're like almost paying for advertising. We do not allow advertising here, and if you do advertise for any channel, it results in a ban. Particularly for that channel, it's going to result in a ban, because at this point, the spamming of the advertising is getting absolutely absurd. Moving on from that and into Kashan, we also were able to see the rebels raising the flag of Persia within the city, which is along the major highway leading between Tehran and Isfahan. You see them raising the flag on a statue. We're going to be turning down the audio here a little bit. And we hear people like banging on some sort of a railing or something like that in the background.
Is that the lion and the sun flag?
Yes, that is the historic flag of the Kingdom of Persia.
And generally speaking, when people are flying that flag, they're generally supporting Reza Pahlavi. Is that correct?
Something along those lines. They're generally supporting Pahlavi, or at least the collapse of the current government and the return to some form of a Persian government. So with that, we are going to be moving on from that little bit of news and on out of that area and further on over and near to the Kermanshah region, as we did also hear that NOTAMs have been issued over large areas of the Islamic Republic of Iran's airspaces. You can see all those NOTAMs listed here in red and also with markers around them. We have also been able to hear additional news as well outside of that area and further north in Tabriz that there are large revolutionary actions happening within this city as well. Moving on out to Tabriz and further south and into the city of the town of Amdemechk, we also were able to see ongoing clashes between the revolutionaries and the internal security services. That's the end of that clip right there. And moving on out of that and further on and into our next clips, we have also been able to see further on out and in the city of Yansk, there is also an ongoing revolution within this area as well. This is actually one of the very few videos that we have gotten out of the country after the internet went down, and we believe that this was uploaded online via Starlink. That's the end of that clip, by once again showing us, at least at this point, that the city of Yazd is also embroiled in a significant amount of revolutionary activities as well. And moving us on up and back towards Tehran, we also have to be able to show you all the footage of the security forces firing on the protesters within Karaj. Here's that footage. Moving out of Karaj and all the way to the northeast corner of the Islamic Republic of Iran, near to the city of Mashhad, we've also been able to see significant firefights, well, not firefights, but significant actions and protests that have been seen within the streets here as well.
Holy moly.
Humongous crowds.
وکیل‌آباد مشهد.
It does appear the revolution, even with the Iranian government attempting to take absolutely brutal actions against them, is only continuing to grow momentum, and it also appears that at this point, the Iranian government is incredibly unstable, and it is why they are taking such drastic actions against the revolutionaries in a last-ditch attempt to try and put the revolution down and try and survive into another day, which might be next to impossible for the Islamic Republic of Iran at this point, but we'll have to wait and see. Moving us on out of the Islamic Republic of Iran's news of the ongoing revolutions, we've also been able to hear that the Republic of Iraq has now nationalized the Kurna 2 oil field, which was actually owned and operated, or generally leased, to Lukoil, which was a significant Russian company, but due to the fact that Lukoil went broke and could no longer pay for the leasing arrangement that they had with the Iraqi government is now nationalizing the operations and will be looking for another company to lease the oil field out to here in the future. So it looks like the Russians are still having a very hard time financially, even in the industry that they basically specialize in, which is oil and refined fuel product distribution. Moving on out of that, it's now time for us to hop on over right next door, further west, into Syria, as the Syrian Civil War, or the Second Syrian Civil War, appears to be nice and hot today, to say it the least that I can. We do understand that at the moment, the Syrian Civil War appears to be kicking off for a second time, this time between the Syrian Democratic Forces in yellow and the Syrian Interim Government Forces in white, particularly at the major city of Aleppo. Many people will remember the city of Aleppo because in 2016, in the presidential election, the independent candidate Gary Johnson, when asked by a reporter what did he think about Aleppo, then stated, "What the hell is even in Aleppo?" And many people will remember the city of Aleppo for that, and also for the brutal firefights and battles that occurred in Aleppo for many years on end, as multiple different factions in the Syrian Civil War would fight for control of the major city, which is the second largest city within the entirety of the Syrian Arab Republic, or the former Syrian Arab Republic, that is. Not only that, recently we have also been able to see that it's now become a new battleground for what we are describing as the Second Civil War within the country, which is being fought between the Syrian Interim Government and the Syrian Democratic Forces. From what we know, the Syrian Democratic Forces generally control an enclave of the city within the northeastern area, or the northeastern quarter of Aleppo, while the Syrian Interim Government controls the rest of the city and is currently at this moment engaged in significant firefights and battles between the two sides. We are actually about to be getting on into that video and picture evidence and the news that we're getting out of the city at this moment, but before we move on into that, I do want to make sure that we take a brief moment to get a couple of questions from the chat before we move on into what's happening in Syria. We're going to be getting 3 of them, and then we're going to be talking about the major developments within the Syrian Civil War today. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so we're running on high speed tonight, I tell you what. So we're going to grab ourselves 3 questions to take a momentary respite from the major news happening. And we're having more breaking stories coming out right now that we will address after the question segment's over here. Just 3 questions. But a huge shout out, though, to Xanderman, who threw in a $200 super chat. And thank you very much, good sir, for the biggest support of the night in helping to keep the channel on the air through that support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And he said, Crusher Guy here, and keep up the good work, gentlemen, and maybe it's about time to send Grandpa Buff to straighten them all out and send a message, LOL.
And I gotta say, a huge thanks to you for the unbelievably massive support and helping this channel to keep on running, Crusher Guy. And I gotta say that I think that it's about time to see that something's about to happen. I wouldn't really know what's going to be happening here in the near future. It's a very unpredictable and uncertain world these days, but something is definitely going to be happening here in the near future. I don't know if Grandpa Buff is going to be going and sorting them out, but you know, maybe Puff Diddy is going to go and sort them out. But we'll have to give him a lot of baby oil for that, and I think that would technically be a violation of the Geneva Convention. But nevertheless, I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running and make this thing possible. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again for the unbelievably massive support, because folks like you help us to be able to make our news coverage possible every single day. And I do have to thank everyone for joining us so far on this very special breaking news stream, which is actually far earlier in the day than it normally would be, because we have had a lot of major breaking news come out today, including the firing of the IRBMs into western Ukraine, right near to the Polish border. And it's thanks to folks like you who help us to be able to keep this channel financially running and possible that we're able to cover the news for everyone who's been here tonight, including the 150,000 people who have watched so far. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. If it wasn't for folks like you, we still wouldn't be able to be here to this day covering this sort of news. And so with that, a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And also, I see that a lot of people are saying he doesn't get the meme. Wait, it was a meme? Oh, hold up. I gotta go find this now. Let's go look at it. Let's see. I'm gonna pull it up on the second screen. I don't know if I'll be able to show it. Oh, the B-52. You know, I never heard that nickname given for a B-52. As a matter of fact.
I tell you what, man, I was wondering when you were going to catch on to that for a second. I was like, what in the world? He doesn't know what Grandpa Buff is? I didn't know what it was either.
Bro, I was about to say, there's no way in hell that you knew that, man. I bet you pulled that up. And then you said it right there. And I was like, oh, so it is a B-52, folks. It's a B-52. I'll be honest with y'all, folks. I don't really know a lot of the names that are given to the weapon systems, like, you know, by a nickname. I know what they are officially, but I don't really know what a lot of them are by nickname. So that's why I didn't get it. But a huge thanks to you so much for the unbelievable support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I am so sorry that it took me so long to catch on to that and understand what in the world you were talking about. So a huge thanks to you so much for the support, helping this channel to keep on running. And maybe it is time to send Grandpa Buff out there, because, you know, the B-52, it's existed through a large part of our history, you know. B-52s were around, folks, for the war in Vietnam, which at this point was about 60 years ago or so, and it's still around today, so I'm sure that we might be able to send those out there to deal with them. But still, a humongous thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $100 support from none other than a thoughtful citizen. And thank you very much, a thoughtful citizen, for being a thoughtful viewer, too. And we appreciate it very, very much for that very generous support. They said, fantastic reporting as usual, and thank you.
And thank you so much, thoughtful viewer, for being so thoughtful and helping this channel to keep on running, because it's kind words and support like yours that makes this channel possible. Basically, money serves as the grease to the gears of this channel that helps us to keep it rolling, because as many people know, living ain't free and living ain't cheap. And there's bills, there's electricity, water, you know, all the other bills that are involved as well, the rent, the groceries, and everything else that we have to be able to get to be able to make sure that we can focus all of our time on this as a full-time job every day. And folks like you help us to be able to do all those behind-the-scenes things that are very fun and exciting, as many of us all know, to be able to keep this channel running. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again for the massive support and helping this channel to keep on running, so that way we can make news like this a reality each and every single day. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again for that support and helping us to keep this channel running, as folks like you make this thing a reality, and we thank you incredibly. And so with that, it's time for us to get on to the last question of this segment, and then on into the Syrian civil war.
All right, so our last one goes to Wealthy Demon, who puts in the 100, and thank you for that support, by the way. Very generous of you. And he said, sorry for the long time away, and work has been hectic. I've been catching the videos, though. Still amazing work. And by the way, the Kinzhal cruise missile isn't a true hypersonic. It must travel a mile a second continuously through its entire flight, its flight path, that is, to be hypersonic.
And I thank you for the support, Wealthy Demon. And you're actually correct, because it actually does technically not really fall within the hypersonic missile category. And you know, that's something that I actually didn't really bring up earlier when we were talking about the Kinzels, is that it really isn't even a hypersonic missile. It's really interesting about that. It's what it is, folks. I'll show you all this. I have to show you this because this is the thing about Russia that is always the funniest thing to me. So let me see. So this is, I'm trying to see. Here we go. That is an Iskander-M, which is a ground-fired. It's fired from a transport erector launcher, a TEL. You can see a picture of one of those right here. But it's fired from a TEL, and it's a ground-fired ballistic missile. This is the Kinzel. Let me go find that for y'all, the Kinzel missile. So let me go get that. Here we are. And let me show y'all a picture of this. Hopefully I can get one where it's detached from the aircraft so it becomes a little bit more clear. Let's see here. I mean, that's a fairly okay picture of it, but it still is kind of a little bit more stylized than a normal one. Let me see if I can get y'all a picture of just a Kinzel sitting on the floor somewhere. I think this is actually about the closest we're going to get, so we'll just go with this. So this is a Kinzel hypersonic missile, or the KH-47, and this is an Iskander. Notice that they're basically the same. It's a slightly modified Iskander, basically, and it's slightly modified to make the Iskander go just a little bit faster. That's basically the difference between the two. The Russians do this sort of stuff, which is always funny to me, because a lot of people in the public don't really read up a lot about weapons programs from the Russian Federation, but every modern Russian weapons program is basically saying, let's take this old thing from the Soviet Union and try and upgrade it a little bit, and then we're going to heavily over-exaggerate what it is and what it's capable of doing, because this is just a modified Iskander. And so it's absolutely hilarious because it's a modified Iskander, it really doesn't operate like a hypersonic, and more so operates like a conventional ballistic missile, just a little bit faster than it normally would. So it kind of ekes its way into this little argumentative ground where it might be a hypersonic, but it really isn't. But if you have to argue that a hypersonic's a hypersonic, it's not. And so I definitely agree with you, and I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it really is not a hypersonic missile. So if I was being technical with Matthew when he was like, oh, they fired the Kinzel hypersonic, is that a commonly used one? I should have been like, no, it's not a hypersonic even. It really isn't a hypersonic. It's just a fairly fast ballistic missile, but it doesn't really reach the realm of being a hypersonic by literal definition. But still, we still call it a hypersonic, though, because that's what the Russians work with. And that's really what the world works with when they talk about it. And a lot of people would get into the argument with us if we went, it isn't really hypersonic. They go, no, it is. And, and then we have to get into a whole, argument on air about it. And then someone's going to come in the middle of it and go, this other YouTube channel is really good. And it's like, oh, thank you. It's like, but you're on our channel. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. We wouldn't be able to keep it running. And we wouldn't be able to tell interesting developments and information like this. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on out of that question segment and on into Syria. It's time for us to talk about the Syrian civil war. And, a lot of people, Matthew, when they're asked how would they like their steak, some of them say, I would like it medium, or I like it medium well. People who say that they like it well done, they might have something wrong with them. Some people, though, they like to say, I'd like to have it seared. And then those
I like
people,
to have it Syrian.
they say they like to have it seared on all ends, and those people are actually called Syrians because they heavily believe in the concept of only having their steaks seared and basically served to them rare. And I'd have to say that the situation we're seeing in Syria isn't actually quite rare. But they definitely are Syrians, to say without a doubt. The civil war within Syria has basically started all over again, and while the Syrian interim government is announcing right now unilaterally that there's going to be a ceasefire going into place at 3 a.m., that's not going to be followed. And I'll tell you all why. The Syrian interim government has done this endless times with the Druze and the SDF. They don't negotiate with any of the people that they're fighting against. They just unilaterally announce their own ceasefire. And so when the other side, which never agreed to that ceasefire, keeps fighting, then they go, oh, they have broken the ceasefire, and then they, give their old famous line. We all know the Syrian line, don't we, Matthew?
Yeah, the Syrian line is when in doubt, they used a sarin. That's what they used to do.
Actually, it's Aloha Snack Bar! It's like every single
Oh,
clip, as we all
no
know.
snack bar. That's extra. That costs extra.
But in every single clip, folks, from the Middle East, someone will just film a video in silence, and you'll hear like Ashavi Ataveshva, something in Arabic or Farsi or whatnot, or even in Hebrew. And then when it comes to Syria, literally a clip can be straight silence, and then out of the middle of it, it's like sound bites, like the usual thing that you hear in a copyright clip is they go Aloha Snack Bar, and it's like why? It's like I'm not even kidding, folks. I will bet y'all money. One of the clips that we have out of Aleppo tonight, it's going to have that in it because that's just what Syria does. For some reason, no other country in the region does that except for them, and it's in every video. So moving on into Syria, the battles in Aleppo have been raging prolifically over the last few days, specifically over just the last day alone. Video and picture evidence has been coming out showing that more Syrian interim government forces and more SDF forces are moving into the city. We're going to mute the absolutely trash music that they played in this clip, and we can see what appears to be a 5-year-old's drawing of an armored car appearing on frame and moving its way into the city as a part of the Syrian interim government's army. We can also see a couple of BMPs.
Man, honestly, I have a real nasty joke queued up. I was holding back. Like, I don't know if I can say it or not, but I feel like I kind of got to say it.
Well, go ahead.
How does the Syrian government prefer their steaks, since we're on the topic of steaks?
How do they prefer their steaks, Matthew?
The Syrian government prefers their steaks seared and tortured. Instead of, how they tenderize the steak, they prefer it a different way, actually.
Damn! Like, okay, dang. But moving on from that, we are going to be moving on up into northeastern Aleppo, where we also are able to see Syrian Democratic forces arriving as well in these clips. What is that thing? I can't tell what this is. It's some sort of a wheeled armored personnel carrier, but I can't tell you exactly what type it is. It kind of looks like a Striker or an LAV, to be entirely honest, and they did get a lot of U.S. support in the past, so it's possible that it could be. It's just that I've never seen one of these in the SDF's forces before.
That is unusual. I hadn't seen that either.
Yeah, that's actually quite interesting, but the rest of the SDF is basically Sprinter vans. They are a very westernized force, to say the least, at least in terms of equipment. We then also saw all of the major fighting that was breaking out in Aleppo, starting with this clip right here. That's
never did anything. They just targeted and then they didn't even fire.
Man, they were getting hyped though for targeting it. They were like, "Enemy spotted! Enemy spotted!" Like it's like okay, it's like all right. Moving on from that, we also were able to see the heavy fighting in Aleppo from another angle. We can't really show this clip in its entirety because of copyright concerns, but we can show y'all some still images out of it, including the heavy tracer fire that was seen in the beginning of the clip, that appears to have been largely flying over the buildings and also impacting at least a few of them in the meantime. We also were able to see additional video as well from inside the city, showing further major clashes happening within the area of northeastern Aleppo. There it is! There it is! It's the line! Oh my god. Folks,
right in the middle of the deafening sound, you couldn't even barely hear him.
Oh my god. I'm not gonna be honest, man. I'm not gonna lie, which suggests that you lie sometimes, which it doesn't. It's just a figure of speech. Oh, I'm gonna lie. I'm gonna lie. Vote for me for president, I'm gonna fix all your problems. There we go. There's at least one of them. But, if you ever, Matthew, got on one of those, betting app things, and you sat there and said, today in the Syrian civil war, I'm betting that someone's going to say Aloha Snack Bar in at least one clip that comes out, you would never lose that bet. It is a guaranteed surefire bet. He said the thing. We could basically roll the credits on the Syrian Civil War and play Come and Get Your Love right now as the credits roll, because it's going to happen every single day. It's literally every single day. Moving on from that clip, though, we also have one other one showing the heavy fighting within Aleppo. Here's that clip. And let me rewind it to the beginning. Damn. You see the camera moving around and showing the heavy firefighting.
نعم نعم
This is not Nam.
Dude, this guy had a knee jerk. He said, "Nom, nom, it's not." Like, dang.
he was either saying it was Nam or he was hungry and he was saying Nam Nam.
Right. He said the wife that he had up there just brought him like non bread. He said, I'm numb. It's like, yes, the firefight's going on. He's like, delicious. But anyways, as we can see, heavy firefighting is going on in Aleppo at the moment, and there are significant battles happening within the city. We understand that the ceasefire most likely will not go into place or effect in force. It's highly likely due to the historical precedent. That would be exceptionally rare to see happen. So it does appear that this civil war is largely starting at this point full on. Meanwhile, the special envoy to the Middle East, which actually is the U.S. envoy to the Middle East. Sorry, I was saying the special envoy. That actually would be the other fella who has generally gotten a great ire from the public. But this is the official statement from the ambassador. The United States is closely following developments in the Ashrafia and Sheikh Massoud neighborhoods in Aleppo with grave concern. We urge all parties to exercise the utmost restraint and place the protection of civilian lives and property above all other considerations. That's like asking the Jelani regime to stop breathing. Over the past 13 months, Syria has made historic strides towards stability. No. National reconciliation? No. And reconstruction? Not really. Following decades of devastating conflict, the landmark discussions held this week with Israeli representatives mark a pivotal step towards broader regional peace, underscoring Syria's resolute commitment to breaking the cycle of violence, suffering, and atrocity that has afflicted their nation for more than half a century. Profound transformations of this nature cannot be achieved overnight. The deep scars of prolonged conflict require time to heal, and enduring progress demands patience, tolerance, and genuine mutual understanding across all segments of Syrian society. Nonetheless, we remain steadfast in a vision of a Syria that ensures full, inclusion and equal rights for every citizen. Sunni, Kurd, Druze, Christian, Alawite, and all other communities without exception. Sorry if you're hearing that in the background. That's actually these Syrian interim government's armored columns rolling by. Just this past week,
What is that?
That I can't say. It's an operational security thing, but we stood on the threshold of successfully concluding March 10, 2025 integration agreements between the SDF and the Syrian government, an accord that would significantly advance security coordination, shared governance, and national unity. That objective remains imminently achievable. Not really. Together with our allies and responsible regional partners, we stand ready to facilitate efforts to de-escalate tensions and to afford Syria and its people a renewed opportunity to choose a path of dialogue over division. We therefore issue an urgent appeal to the leadership of the Syrian interim government, the SDF, local authorities in Kurdish-administered areas, and all other actors on the ground, pause hostilities, reduce tensions immediately, and commit to de-escalation. Let's prioritize the exchange of ideas and constructive proposals over the exchange of fire. The future of Aleppo and of Syria as a whole belongs to its people and must be shaped through peaceful means, not violence. At this critical juncture, the region must stand unified against disruptive external forces and their proxies that seek to undermine the remarkable progress achieved in the past year and to erode the enduring legacy of the President's Middle East peace initiatives. Their aim is renewed instability, ours is lasting peace grounded in mutual respect and shared prosperity. Syria's new chapter is one of cooperation, not confrontation, and actually it's the opposite. We will reach it together. Ambassador Tom Barak, Special Envoy to Syria. Basically, in short, this is a whole bunch of fluff to make it sound like Syria's been doing well. We've been covering the news on Syria ever since the first Syrian civil war ended. It's been doing quite badly the entire time. There has been endless massacres and genocides that have been, or ethnic cleansings, if we want to call it that have been conducted by the Syrian interim government under the command of al-Jelani since the Assad regime fell. They began significant massacres against the Alawite Arabs along the Syrian coastline, which are a different cultural group than the Sunni Arabs that Jelani calls himself a part of. We've also seen significant genocides that were conducted along with massacres inside of the As-Sawaida government within the area of the southern regions of Syria just south of Damascus. That actually led to a creation of a completely independent state within Syria at this moment, which is the Druze Autonomous Republic. We've additionally seen that the Jelani forces have also conducted significant actions against the Syrian Democratic Forces of the Northeast and have not looked to try and unify the country in any meaningful way, rather more so continuing on the same oppression that was seen under the Sunni Arab government of Bashar al-Assad against the minority groups and countries within this area. So I'd have to say, The statement by the ambassador is basically the most detached statement I've seen from the situation on the ground. The Jelani government is not a government that the United States should necessarily be supporting. It isn't going to be able to unify the region, and not only that, it's going to lead to greater resentment by the minority groups within Syria against the U.S. government, which not only is going to brew anti-American sentiments within Syria, but it's also going to lead to another Syrian civil war to where the U.S. is going to be backing a group, a faction, which is the Syrian interim government, that is not entirely friendly or at all has a positive outlook on the minority groups of Syria, which is definitely going to lead eventually in the future to an anti-American government being established within the country. Who knows how long that will take, but it will eventually happen at some point within our lifetimes if we get to that. But that is currently the situation that we're seeing in Syria, and it's not looking that well at all. I also have to say, it's a little bit weird for the ambassador to point out, please don't jeopardize the president's peace initiative in the Middle East, because I don't really think any faction involved in Syria really cares about the domestic American political outlook on the president's peace initiatives in the Middle East. I think that's the farthest thing from their concerns at the moment, and probably, in my opinion, the worst appeal you could make. It's like, that's like saying, come on, Saudi Arabia, don't bomb the Houthis. You could cost us the midterms. It's like, are the Saudis involved in the midterms? No. So why in the world would they care? I mean, that's like the weakest appeal you can make to another country is don't do that. That could hurt our domestic political elections. It's like, who cares? Like, I wouldn't. Like, if I was the leader of a foreign country, I'd go, that's your problem. That's not mine. If it was something to say you're jeopardizing U.S. relations with your country because it's going against their strategic interests, that's one thing. But that whole other thing, that doesn't really make any sense. Sorry, the tanks are rolling by again. But nevertheless, that is all of the news that we've had at the moment out of the Middle East. And Matthew, do we have anything on this? And what are you thinking about this, huh?
So right now, I'm currently doing another scan for breaking news to see if we have anything here that apparently shows us anything new happening from any of the hotspots we're looking at. That was word soup. I do acknowledge that. But anyways, we do have a piece of breaking news coming out right now that apparently the Crown Prince of Iran, or the exiled one, he's not the Crown Prince anymore, or not yet, but Reza Pahlavi has apparently posted a comment here on Twitter, once again making a statement. I'll let the enforcer actually read this one so that way I don't sort of skim over it. If you want to read the statement here, apparently he is making some statements about the cut off internet and satellite jammers, apparently. So let's take a look.
All right, let's give the readout of the official statement by the the exiled Crown Prince of Persia, Reza Pahlavi. Millions of Iranians demanded their freedom tonight. In response, the regime in Iran has cut off all lines of communication. It has shut down the internet, it has cut landlines. It may even attempt to jam satellite signals. I want to thank the leader of the free world, the President of the United States, for reiterating his promise to hold the regime to account. It is time for others, including European leaders, to follow his lead, break their silence, and act more decisively in support of the people of Iran. I call on them to use all technical, financial, and diplomatic resources available to restore communication to the Iranian people so that their voice and their will can be heard and seen. Do not let the voices of my courageous compatriots be silenced. So it appears that the Crown Prince, the exiled Crown Prince of Persia, Reza Pahlavi, is calling on further international support to try and help out the ongoing revolution.
It sounds like it. And also, we had heard earlier today that the U.S. president had once again reiterated his statement, saying that if Iran started killing protesters, then the U.S. would strike Iran harder than ever, apparently going real hard on the Iranian government. We have not seen any imminent preparations for that within the last couple of hours. So we have seen over the last week or so that the Stratotankers were heading to the Middle East, which indicated that something was going to happen, but we're not sure when the U.S. actually plans on carrying that out. Their time frame to do it is very short because this thing right here is currently at its peak on the 8th and 9th, which is today and tomorrow. So if the U.S. is going to strike, presumably it would happen between now and then, but we're not really sure.
And we'll have to, of course, wait and see what's going to be happening here in the near future. And, of course, we don't really know if and when there will be U.S. strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Also taking a little look at the airspace situation globally, it appears that the flights in Europe are cutting on down because it is nighttime over there at the moment. It's about 1 or 2 in the morning at the moment over there, so there's not really a large amount of flights in Europe. And looking on down into the area of Venezuela, there's actually a Rutica Airlines flight that's flying from not available to not available. That's actually a little interesting. And we also have another not available flight that's being conducted by the United States of America?
What is that?
I don't know. Is this one being tracked by a lot of people? Yes, it is. And that looks to be kind of like a predictive flight path to a degree, but when that thing was picked up, it was almost well within the territorial waters of Venezuela, and it appears that it turned on its transponder at some point over Maracaibo, because it's actually flying back across the country at this point, even if that is a predictive flight path. So let's see if we can get...
Wait a second. Zoom out for a second. So, okay, so it's not. I was wondering for a second, because near Trinidad and Tobago, we've seen some Venezuelan ships try to take off en masse to try to flee the U.S. Navy forces. This is not near that, though, so it must not be related.
Let me go pull up this registration. November 319er73. Let's see. Let me see here. Let me put that in this way. Let's see here. Let's see if we can get some... Oh? It looks like it may be a CIA-affiliated aircraft, actually.
What makes you think that? Based on the registration?
Yeah, because it looks like from the registration, most things that are coming back appear to be some sort of a intelligence agency-affiliated aircraft.
Interesting. So maybe they're shuttling people around. Maybe they're doing something. That's kind of a strange deal.
Let me see here. It's apparently a Beechcraft Super King Air 300 registered in the United States of America under an unknown owner, but it appears that most people are saying that it appears to be operating with some form of an intelligence service, like the National Security Agency or the CIA, so it actually looks like that may be some sort of an intelligence force-related flight that's happening in the area, so that's a little interesting.
Could we see a picture of the aircraft you're talking about? Like, let's see the actual model of it. I want to see this here for a second.
It's nothing crazy looking. I mean, it's just a Beechcraft Super King Air. It's this right here. But it's just
definitely CIA.
Oh yeah. Like oh yeah.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. They like these little twin props right here.
They love them. Like they really do. Like they have these out the cazoozle in the intelligence agencies like the NSA and the CIA and all that. So a little bit interesting with that. Let me see if I can get y'all that designation of the Beach King. So let me type this in really quickly. We want to go for November 319er3. 73. Let me see if I can get that one here really quickly.
Could it be Rubio reporting for his first day at work in Venezuela?
I'm sorry, you mean the Crown Prince of Persia, Governor of Minnesota, the Secretary of the Treasury and the Department of State, or Secretary of State, and also the great leader of the Stars, combined Marco Rubio?
Yeah, also, he turned down the Miami Dolphins position today. He rejected it.
Oh, how benevolent of he. Such a great, such a great leader is he. But I cannot find an actual picture of this specific Beechcraft. It doesn't really appear that they have a lot of pictures of this one online, if at all. Which also, once again, folks, is leading me to believe this is definitely intelligence force affiliated, because how in the world is there no pictures of this specific registry of this specific aircraft, considering that it's operated by someone in the U.S. government? That's a little bit interesting to me. So, that's pretty neat to know. Like, what a great thing to catch, Matthew, on a quick glance in Venezuela is what appears to be a CIA-affiliated aircraft just scooting around down there. That's interesting. But anyways,
yeah, it's kind of like we just kind of own Venezuela at this point. We just kind of own them. It's like I'm not sure, in the words of maybe the Secretary of War, we're kind of like teabagging those Venezuelan bastards a little bit. Like, that's probably something he would say.
Man, you know, honestly, man, it's like we put them in a gimp suit and put them on a leash. Like, we kind of own them.
I'll tell you what, it seems to me like the U.S. is backing off their plans with Venezuela to kind of like take over the place. It seems like they're kind of trying to come up with a dual solution here, where the U.S. kind of makes a deal with them. We don't really necessarily take them over. But there's a big blow today. I'm not sure if y'all heard about this. I covered it in the short war video earlier today. There was a war powers resolution that was passed in the U.S. Senate restricting the president from going any further with the military action against Venezuela. But the problem is, though, he has to be the one to sign it. So obviously he's not going to sign away his own ability to do something in Venezuela. So it's largely symbolic, but it showed that there is some, I guess you could say, rebellion against the stuff happening in Venezuela, at least in the Senate.
And then the president went and lost it on Twitter and was talking about how these people are basically, it was yada yada, blah blah blah. They're trying to do illegal actions, trying to restrict my power. I guess the president has never heard of checks and balances where the Congress can limit his actions, or the Supreme Court could. Apparently, in the president's mind, this is a presidential republic where the president basically holds all the power, and everyone else is basically an advisory body to the president, but they don't have to be followed on anything. So that was a little bit interesting to put out there. And someone's about to say, "Oh my God, you're getting political." Shut the hell up. So I'm just going to put that out there early because, the statements being made, they're literally just making statements that aren't even within the bounds of the Constitution. The Congress has the ability to limit the guy's powers, and the War Powers Act is a standing act of Congress that has never been overturned by the Supreme Court in the argument that's unconstitutional. So what the president said today was entirely baseless on the legality of the War Powers Act. But anyways, with that, also looking through the Middle East right now, we can see what appears to be a Turkish Airlines flight being a big boy, and they're going to fly right over the zone of the civil war inside of Aleppo. So hopefully nothing happens to them. That would be quite unfortunate if it did. And we also see a Royal Jordanian flight heading towards Amman, which is the capital of Jordan. So that's heading out of Erbil, by the way. So that appears to be taking the quickest available route. But everyone else is avoiding Syrian airspace except for this Turkish Airlines flight, which is literally just flying straight into Syria. So I hope that they'll be okay, because I don't really think that's that smart of a move, to be entirely honest. They could, and they're flying to Istanbul. This is what makes the least sense about it. They could have altered their flight path to fly through the air corridor near to Cairo, and then over and into Istanbul, because Israel won't allow them to fly through. So I don't know what's going on with that, why they would choose this flight path here, but that's going to be somewhat a little questionable. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. But with that, we are going to be getting on into the questions for now, because it does appear that most of the major breaking news for the day has started to die down at the moment, and so we're going to be getting on into answering questions until we see something else happen, because we basically covered most of everything that we had that was breaking to cover today. Also, by the way, I do have to point out for all of our loyal and dedicated viewers that do watch our nightly shows at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, we will not be running one tonight. This is serving as the live stream for the day, because right now would be the time that I would spend to prepare for that next stream, and we wouldn't have time to prepare for it at this point. By the time we round this one out, we'll have been well on into starting the next stream. So this is the stream for the day. So with that, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our super chat questions and our live chat questions, we are going to grab those right now. But also, we are scanning for more breaking news as we're going through this segment, so stick around for that as well. But in the meantime, though, jumping into our first one, this one is going to go to Lexi Delancey. And thank you very much, Lexi, for that $100 support, and we appreciate that very, very much. Very generous, by the way, and one of the largest ones of the night. And Lexi said, "Keep up the good work," from Lexi and Chase in Dripping Springs, Texas.
And I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it's amazing that folks like you are helping us to keep this thing running all the way from Dripping Springs in Texas. And I'd have to say, those are one hell of a spring right there. Dripping Springs. Usually I've heard that springs are usually flowing, not dripping. Let's take a look at this one. Dripping Springs in Texas. I'm going to tell you outright, my analysis of this place by the layout is that this looks like a pretty posh little place because of how dispersed the houses are. Oh, damn, they're actually pretty big. So I was dead on the money, apparently. Let's take a little look at Dripping Springs. Is this like a vacation getaway place for all of y'all folks out there in Texas? I mean, it looks really cool. It looks really nice, actually. Wow.
That is pretty nice. They have nice nice buildings, nice little springs. I guess what they call it, Dripping Springs. They have springs.
Oh, they got a Shields. Oh, yeah, this place is well off to have a Shields.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to be well off. It's really cool, actually. A big shout out to the folks out there in Dripping Springs. This actually looks like a really cool little spot. Oh, yeah, this is one of those, this is like a place built on tourist dollars. I can tell you all that for sure, because it's so nice looking. I wonder what the main industry of this place is, because I'm taking a guess that it's tourist dollars, but it does look pretty nice, I will have to say. Oh, you're in a really high up place when you have restaurants like Spoon and Fork as your restaurants to go to. You're in a good spot. You're in a really good spot. Let's see. They got the Get Along Grill. I mean, you know, this place looks pretty damn nice. Let's get a street
You'll
view.
never find Putin or the gang going to that restaurant. That's for damn sure.
Man, I'll be straight up with you. And you know it's a really nice place when you got Patriot erectors over here in the western part of the city. But let's take a look, because I'm making a lot of jokes about this place, but it actually looks unabashedly pretty nice. And I mean, it doesn't look too bad, actually. It doesn't look too bad at all. Like, I'd say, oh, look, you got San Marcos. Pretty cool, pretty cool. But I got to say, a huge thanks to you so much for the support. Both Lexi and Chase out there in Dripping Springs, Texas. Y'all got a nice little town out here, all jokes aside. Like, this is like, at least to me, it's like a mini Salt Lake City, at least from the pictures, which is a pretty cool place in itself. And also, by the way, for everyone who's diehard fans of the channel, it did snow out here in Salt Lake City today, and I mean, like, it snowed. Like, it was pretty prolific snow. Like, there's about 2 inches of it on the ground out here at the moment, even down here in the valley, which is really cool. So I bet tomorrow, because it's dark out now here, but I bet tomorrow the views and the scenery is going to be absolutely unbelievable. So a big thanks to you for the support. Hope y'all are having a great winter down there at Dripping Springs, Texas as well. And a big thanks to you for the support and how about this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $50 support from Garrett Frost. And thank you very much, Garrett, for that 50, and we appreciate that. He said, what's up with the daily Russian government flights from Moscow to Tel Aviv? And it's been every day for the past 5 days.
Well, that's because Russia is a friend of Israel's. Many people will know that. The Prime Minister of Israel said that. And the Israelis like to keep a good running relationship going with Russia, although Russia does arm and support the Iranian terrorist forces like Hezbollah and the Houthis and so on against the Israelis, which I find to be rather weird. But yeah, that's generally the case. They keep up an ongoing diplomatic relation. And on top of that, the Israelis also allow for domestic flights from Russia into Israel. So, you know, there's that as well. You know what's so funny, folks, is that they allow for Russian diplomatic flights into their country as well as Russian domestic flights into their country, but God forbid a U.S. military aircraft tries to fly through their airspace to get to somewhere else in the Middle East. They have to literally conduct a U-shaped detour through Egypt and Saudi Arabia to completely avoid Israeli airspace because they don't allow us to fly through, although Israel calls us their greatest ally. I find that whole thing to be quite odd. Wouldn't you all agree? Like, that's a little bit odd to me. And someone's like, look, I'm an American at heart, folks, and I support American and Western interests, and primarily American interests, especially when they're beneficial to both parties. And with the Israelis not allowing U.S. military aircraft to fly through their airspace, but we'll take Israeli pilots of the Israeli Air Force and bring them to America to train them on our new aircraft, but they won't even allow our aircraft to fly through their airspace in turn. I find that to be quite a parasitic relationship in that sort of an instance. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one. And a big thanks to you once again for the support and help with this channel to keep on running.
Yes, indeed. And our next one goes to Wealthy Demon yet again, who puts in a $100 support. And thank you very much, Wealthy, for that support. He said, if you've never been, I'm from North Carolina, home to Kitty Hawk and the USS North Carolina, the showboat. Both are amazing places to visit. And I've been to the battleship 3 times in my life. And each time, I get the chills walking down the hallways that the sailors did.
And I gotta say, Kitty Hawk, North Carolina is a really important place in the United States. You know why Kitty Hawk is an important place in the United States, Matthew?
Because it's Kitty Hawk.
Because it's where the first powered flight ever happened in the world.
That's true. That was the Wright bros.
That was the Wright bros. And you know what they said, folks? They're always right. Never left. but let's see.
Oh, that sounded political almost. That's crazy.
Oh, man. Now we're going to get a whole other crowd of people pissed off from that one. It's supposed to come out another way, but the way you just said that, though, I think a lot of people are about to get triggered. Like they're about to lose it. But anyways, let me see if I can find where the monument is on the beach for the Wright brothers' first flight. Where in the world is it? Where is it? Where the hell is it? I can't even find it, folks. I can't even find the monument for the Wright brothers' first flight. That's crazy, actually. That's crazy right here. That's crazy, Jerry. Crazy. But beyond that, this is where the Wright brothers' first flight was. Really cool place. I wish that we could come and see it someday. And I wonder what it looks like down there on the street. Let's take a look. It looks just like Gulf Shores, Alabama.
So this is where the Wright Bros was doing their activities. I didn't know they were living it up on the beaches.
Man, they's living it up, really. I mean, the Wright brothers said, where can we conduct our first flight? They said, I know, at a ritzy beach. Like, and then they went down there from Dayton, Ohio.
Man, they must have had humble beginnings, like a small loan of $1 million or something like that.
Man, bro, they ran a bicycle shop. Dude, that's when you know the economy was good, is when you go and invent when you could invent powered flight while running a bicycle shop. You know you were in the rich back then.
Oh, man. Today, the Wright brothers would be struggling to even get an apple to eat.
Dude, right now the Wright brothers would be out there on the street going, spare change, ma'am. Like, just beyond that, let's take a look at the battleship.
I'm not crazy. I'm just flying in my mind.
Man, when you pull me up, I come up before the dog. But beyond that, the U.S. Oh, look at this. It actually doesn't have the refit. So it actually has the Kingfishers still on deck. That is really cool. Man, the North Carolina was a really cool ship, actually. I do have to say. I like the class. I believe it's a North Dakota class battleship, if I'm not mistaken. So kind of like a pocket battleship is what they were called, although they actually had the firepower of an Iowa class battleship on board with the 9 16-inch main guns. But I really like this one. I really like it. Oh, look at this. They got the barber shop, because you had to get your hair cut when you're out at sea. And, they also had, let's see, anything else? Anything else from the inside of the ship? They have the weeds growing around the bottom of this thing. It kind of looks like it's almost buried in mud at this point. But it's actually within like this little inlet here. But let's see. Dang, they don't have a lot of pictures of the interior of this ship. So I guess we'll just have to leave it at that. Oh, look, they have a screw though. Look, Matthew, it's a screw.
It is a screw.
Wow. That's cool. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and also letting us take a look at the USS North Carolina and Kitty Hawk. We have been to North Carolina before, but we went to the very western part of North Carolina, near to the Pisgah National Forest and the Nantahala National Forest near Asheville, North Carolina. And I have to say that the Biltmore was pretty cool. I will say, I will have to admit, I'll have to be entirely honest. I cannot lie. I cannot deny. And Asheville was pretty neat as well. I'm really happy that we got to see it before the hurricane came through and caused a lot of damage to the flooding in the area. But this is not the first time, folks, that Asheville, North Carolina has been flooded or the surrounding area has been flooded. It's been flooded a couple of times, as a matter of fact, from hurricanes kind of billowing through that area in the meantime. But still a really neat place altogether. But with that, humongous thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. And we wouldn't be able to talk about the great state of Northern Carolina. And so a big thanks to you once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Con45, who put in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Con, as well, for that generous support. He said, Russia has 11 active nuclear power plants with 32 nuclear reactors. All of them are within range of Ukraine's long-range drones. And there are already enough nuclear weapons in Russia to make Russia glow in the dark for 10,000 years if Ukraine really wanted to.
That's something to consider. I don't think we got there yet, though, Con. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to hear such interesting considerations and give them a moment of thought. So big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing a reality and keep it rolling. So big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on and into the next one.
And we also have a 50 from none other than Tripod, who put in a 50 as well. And thank you very much, Tripod, for that support. He said, crazy times are here for sure, and 2026 is probably the confirmation that it's going to go down. And if anything, always appreciate you guys and appreciate everything you do. And as I'm praying that things will de-escalate, and I'm out of Williston, North Dakota.
Williston, North Dakota, you say? Williston, all the way up here. Williston. What does Williston look like, I wonder, perchance? Let's take a little gander. Oh, wow.
That's a nice place.
That is a nice place. This is really cool. I'll have to come by and drop by Williston, North Dakota at some point in the future. Probably when we retire from YouTube, because we hardly have time to do anything doing YouTube. As y'all can tell, these days the news is insane, and we hardly even get... Is that an old J.C. Penney? Wow, man, that is an old one. Because if you didn't know, Matthew, JCPenney's used to be like department stores on most main streets in America before they moved on into like the superstore mall concept that we knew about growing up. This used to be what all JCPenney's looked like nationwide, all the way up until I think about the '60s or so.
That's interesting. That's pretty cool. Humble beginning.
Yeah, that's actually really neat. And I gotta say, really cool little town, by the way. And I have to say that this year is going to be an absolutely crazy year. I definitely have to agree with you. And hopefully things don't get too crazy. But at this point, that's betting against the odds, to be entirely honest. But a humongous thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. And we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running day in and day out. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, what is this place out here? Oh, this is the Missouri River, named after the state of Missouri, as many people would know. But where in the world is the dam that's holding back all of this water? That's what I want to know. It's right here. The Garrison Powerhouse, or the Garrison Dam, as it's actually called. Let's take a look at this place. Huh. Kind of looks underwhelming, like, to be entirely honest. It's holding back all of this water. I mean, look at the reservoir behind this thing. It's unbelievably long. From end to end, if we measure this thing in the straightest line that we possibly can, this reservoir is roughly, let's see here, about 140 miles long. I'm trying to measure it as best we can. And it's all held back by this one dam right here, and this is the only water outlet to that dam. It's not really a tropical area where there's a great deal of water flow, so they don't really need a giant outtake, but that's still pretty crazy to look at right there, because you can see this thing well from space. I mean, this thing is about as visible as the Great Salt Lake at this point. That's pretty cool. But anyways, a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running, and with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, Enforcer, do you have a way to get to the spreadsheet? Because I'll have to be honest, folks, this is one of the first times I've ever had to do this, but I'm going to take a brief moment and let the Enforcer take over completely, so that way I can have a bite to eat. Because I literally have had no food, 0 calories all day long, and it's starting to catch up to me. And right now, I'm sitting here shaking, like I need something to eat, honestly, at this point. So, do you have a way to get to the spreadsheet, or do you need the link?
I'm going to need that link, old boy, and to send it to, like, the business email, like, right?
Yeah,
Like,
let me send that there.
That would be the think tank one.
Yeah, let me do that there.
Matthew has to feed, folks. And Matthew, would you like to let the audience know one sort of a substance or biomass upon which you will be feeding?
I'm having holographic meatloaf tonight with a side of water, so it's going to be fantastic.
I had KFC tonight, folks, which is the first time I've had that in a long, long time. And I didn't get to eat any of the chicken. I just got to eat the sides because we were trying to get on air as quickly as we could. And then Matthew didn't even get to eat. So he's actually been on air now for, about, let's see here, 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours or something like that, without eating. And, I only was able to eat a little bit of food. So he's going to be going and eating something good. And hopefully we'll be able to have ourselves that little spreadsheet so that way we can get on through that old Missouri super chat here in a moment. And it hasn't come through yet, Matthew. It hasn't come through yet. We're still waiting for it at the moment. We're sitting here checking on our side screen here, which is hanging on by a thread to see if we can get it. And can we get it? It hasn't come through yet. I don't know what's going on with that. It's taking a minute. So we're going to be waiting to see when that comes through. It might be taking the email a minute to get it through. And, that is what it is. Like it just is what it is. And
all right, so I'll send it to a second one then.
Okay. Let's see here. Let's and which one did let's see here. I'm not getting it.
Text it to you.
I would only be able to get it on my phone at that point, so no. So it has to come through in email, and it hasn't come through either email at this point. So I don't know what's up with that. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, hang on tight just a second. I think it just popped up in this one. Let me go check really quickly again because I was just clicking off of it, and no, it didn't.
I feel like sometimes your technology is like Sanford and Son. Like I feel like anytime I try to send an email or something like that, it's always like, well, hey, it's like it's not working. It never works. But let's see here. Let's see. I'm going to try to forward this. In the meantime, though, let me go ahead and read the next one off before we just sit here and stall like clowns for a minute. But this one goes to none other than Steve Blanchard, who puts in a 50. And thank you very much, Steve, for that $50 support. He said, buy some groceries.
And thank you so much for the support, and we will make sure to buy some groceries, and that ledger has still not come through the emails at all, so I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because support like yours does help us to be able to cover this news, and it helps us to be able to get our groceries, so that way we can keep this thing rolling each and every single day. And I gotta say, a big thanks to you so much once again. And holy moly, folks, y'all wouldn't believe it. Someone just brought it up, and I was like, hey, that's a smart idea. Matthew, it went to spam.
Oh, it went to spam?
Yeah, for some reason it went to spam. I don't know why.
But you got it now, though, don't you?
I have it now, old boy. I
deal.
have it now. So thank the heavens, folks, that someone brought that up, because usually Matthew's emails to me come up as high priority emails, and apparently it went straight to spam. So that's very interesting to note right there. But I do thank you massively for the support once again, Steve Blanchard, in helping us to buy them groceries, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to eat them delicious groceries. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on and into the next one, which is a 50 from Hokey Redneck. Hey! And Hokey Redneck said, at Enforcer Matt, how did the actual draft work in the 40s and the 60s and 70s? Believe it was always a new class of 18-year-olds every year. That's actually a good question, Hokey Redneck, because the drafts work differently basically every time they run, and it kind of depends on the situation in which the war is happening, because back then, during the 1960s and 70s in the Vietnam War, the draft was generally conducted at a at a regular basis every few months, and they would pull lots out of the lottery system, because the draft always works off of a lottery, and they would say anyone in between this particular age, usually around 18, I believe, to about 21, that's last name starts with B, they're all getting a draft notice. And then they would send out those letters in the mail, which is a letter from the president, the letter of the President of the United States has requested you to serve the Republic, blah, 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 all that, and then they go in to serve. In the Second World War, there was actually an expanding amount of I guess you could say lessening of restrictions that were done throughout the war. So at the beginning of the war, it was, all right, we're going to do basically drafts all the time. Everyone with the last name, in between these ages, starting with the last names, starting with B, C, D, and so on, they're all reporting for service. And then later on, they would start to lessen the restrictions. So they would say people with scoliosis, they will also be drafted as well, and so on and so forth, because they just kept on needing to find more and more men to build up the army in terms of size, and also be able to build up his logistical abilities. But the people with some form of medical deficiency that were being drafted, they would usually be put into supporting roles. Like some of them would be put stateside in the United States to help out with the logistical end here, or some sort of point patrol for, you know, sabotage protection, for example, at major bridges and railways and such things like that. But that's generally how it worked in both of those conflicts. And to be entirely honest, the draft is actually a very complex system when it's brought into place. Like, there's a whole bunch of moving parts beyond just the lottery system alone that has to be done. But that's generally my understanding of the differences that were done in both of those. If a draft was ever called up in the modern day, considering the kind of conflict that would require a draft, it will probably be very similar to the one from the Second World War. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion, and from what I would know. And funnily enough, folks, there's this really cool little place in World War II that I know there was a small guard that was put around this area because of its strategic pertinence. And let me see if I can find it here really quickly, folks, because it should be up here somewhere. Let's see, I'm going to have to find the Feather River Canyon. The Feather River Canyon. Here it is. And let me see if I can find this for all of you wonderful folks, the ladies and gentlemen watching the Enforcer Show. I'll be able to find this here in a moment, I'm quite sure. Let's see, it's probably going to be over here near the town of Ketty. This is probably where it is. And is it here? Is it here? Is it there? Is it anywhere? Well, where the hell is it? Well, where is it? What the hell? Oh, here we are. This right here. This is the Ketty Y Bridge. This bridge, it was actually quite important in the Second World War. And because of that, they actually put, and this was the case in a lot of areas of the United States, a permanently assigned patrol in this area because it was believed that Nazi spies or Japanese spies or even Japanese Americans that were not in the internment camps might try and conduct sabotage attacks against critical infrastructure like this. So there was a permanent patrol put around this area with sentries on both sides of the bridge, and if anyone ever tried to get up close to it and conduct anything suspicious, their orders were to shoot them on sight. Never came to that, though, but that was generally the situation. Actually, the truth is, folks, is that they were going to be arrested, but if they resisted arrest, then they were to use any force necessary to be able to protect the critical infrastructure, but that is the case. And this is a really cool little spot, by the way, folks. I mean, like, look at this. I mean, what a neat little spot with such beautiful scenery around it. I mean, this actually looks a lot like the mountains here in the Wasatch Front in Utah, which is a very nice place as well. And there were also loads of different sorts of sentries that were put out like that. Like, I know that there was a sentry put out on the Great Salt Lake Bridge, which was a large wooden trestle that was placed across the entirety of the Salt Lake. Let me see if I can show you all the Salt Lake trestle. That's also a neat infrastructure target that could have been hit during the Second World War. And let me see if I can get y'all a picture of that. Ah, yes. Here's one. This is actually a train that was crossing the Salt Lake Trestle, and this entire thing was a wooden-built bridge that spanned the entire length of the Great Salt Lake in two separate parts. Nowadays, they've gotten rid of this. They've actually replaced it with what's called a levee, or some people would know it as a dike, which is a form of a built-up area. It's basically a levee. For some reason in Europe, they're called the other, but this is what a levee is, and that's what they've built over the Great Salt Lake, which now carries all of the rail traffic that crosses the Great Salt Lake area. What's actually kind of beneficial about this is that the northern part of the Great Salt Lake had a major die-off event where algal blooms killed every single bit of life, most life within the northern part of the Salt Lake. You can see that part in red. You can even see that here on satellite to where the water looks a lot more murky and dingy. And the southern area of the lake is actually still alive, and it's because this levee right here has actually stopped the flow of water and the algal blooms from reaching the southern end of the Salt Lake. So an actual interesting bit of information there. And I would have to say that that was another incredibly important strategic structure that was also defended by permanent sentries that were placed there during the Second World War. But there's actually a whole bunch of interesting stuff that's been done in prior times in U.S. history in major instances of national emergency like that, which you can see all over. So that's how the draft will work these days. And depending on people's level of physical fitness, they're still going to be deprioritized to less strenuous jobs than the infantry and other sorts of roles like that, depending on their physical and mental limitations. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a humongous thanks to you for the support and help of this channel to keep on running, Hokey Redneck, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are going to be moving on to another 50 from Wealthy Demon. Hey! And he stated, the USS North Carolina is the lead ship of the North Carolina class battleships, one of two. It was it and the USS Washington, famed for sinking the Kirishima battleship at Guadalcanal under the leadership of Willis Lee. And I gotta say, that's actually incredibly interesting to hear. And I would also have to say, let's see here, the USS Washington. Let's see here. Let's take a look at the USS Washington, huh? Oh, look at that. I see you know your battleships well. Good one. And the Battle of Guadalcanal was an incredibly important battle at the beginning of the Second World War in the Pacific for the United States. And really interesting to hear, and I gotta say that's really cool that North Carolina is the surviving example of the class, and it was a fairly rare one. I believe that the USS Alabama was one of several South Dakota class battleships, if I'm not mistaken. And let me go and take a look at this right here. Yeah, it was a South Dakota class battleship, of which there were 4 completed. So the South Dakota class was a little bit more numerous than the North Carolina class, but not by a lot, actually. But I would actually have to say, pretty cool battleships in general, and these were made, folks, just to get more firepower out there without them being as expensive and time-consuming to build as the Iowa-class battleships. So a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to keep this thing rolling, and be able to say, what are the charges? Enjoying a battleship? A succulent American battleship? How dare you, sir? Get your hands off my battleship! This is the bloke who touched me on the ship, people. Oh, And you, sir, are you ready to receive my succulent ship? Oh, how dare you, sir. But beyond that, a big thanks to you so much once again for the amazing support in helping to share that interesting historical information with us about the North Carolina class battleship. And so with that, it is time for us to move on and into the, actually, let's pull up that Kirishima. Let's pull that up. Kirishima. Let's see. That's an anime character. We don't want that. We want the ship. Where is it? Oh, yes. That would be... I don't know what class of ship that is in the Japanese Navy. Oh, it was a Congo class. The reason why I don't recognize that, folks, is because the Congo class went through a myriad of refits, and each one of them almost kind of looked a little bit more distinct from the other. Here is a original Congo class battleship in 1913. Let me show you all what some of these looked like by the Second World War. So here we are. Here it is. This is what the Congos looked like by the Second World War. So they were basically a completely different battleship as far as the superstructure went. And that's what was confusing about the Kirishima, because it didn't have the pagoda-style superstructure that I'm incredibly familiar with the Congo class. It actually had what appeared to be, actually a reduced pagoda-style superstructure, but that threw me off. But that's actually pretty interesting, and I gotta thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one, which is a 50 from Tripod 7991. And he said, if you want to know a really cool place as well, it's where I'm out of originally, Camp Blanding, Florida. At one point, from my understanding, during World War II, is the biggest land mass base on the East Coast. It housed a bunch of German POWs. And let's take a look at Camp Blanding. Let's take a look at that. Camp Blanding. Oh, wow, it's still here, near Kingsley Lake, which is a perfectly circular lake southwest of Jacksonville. How neat. And it's actually quite a large facility here. This is like as big as Fort Carson almost. And also, it looks like a lot of the barracks have been bulldozed. At least it's not Camp Lejeune. But beyond that, I gotta say, very, very interesting to hear. And I thank you so much for the support and sharing that with us. And actually, it looks like it's the Florida National Guard Military Academy. How interesting is this? This is a very interesting place. I mean, look at it. I mean, that is something right there. And I gotta say, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running and sharing such interesting information with us and helping us to keep this channel running and make this thing possible. So a big thanks to you so much once again. And also, thank you for sharing a very interesting spot in Florida with us. Florida is an interesting state, I will admit. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And we're going to be moving on and into the next one. Oh.
And it is time to move on to the next one. I am back. I am no longer shaking, and I am back in working. I'm working order now again. It's fantastic to be in working order like this. One thing's not in working order though is my spreadsheet, which keeps screwing up on me, which is really whack. But anyways, with that, folks, we're now jumping into our next super chat, which goes to none other than Dalton, who put in a $20 support. And thank you very much, good sir, for that support as well. He said, for your efforts in providing immediate and accurate news coverage. I appreciate you both, and long live the LSA.
And thank you so much for the support, Dalton, and enjoying our news coverage and the work that we do to get it out here. If it wasn't for all the amazing folks of the Leaf Spring Army who enjoyed this channel and watched it and said kind words and supported it, we wouldn't have the encouragement, the inspiration, or the funds to be able to make this thing possible every day. And it's thanks to folks like you and everyone else in the LSA that makes this thing a reality and a possibility every single day. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be here and running this show right now. So a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on and into the next one.
And also, by the way, you did get the one from Tripod already. The second one about Camp Blanding.
Oh, yes. Yes, Camp Blanding.
Good, good. Well, in that case, thank you very much, Tripod, for that support once again. And also, in case you're wondering what I did eat, because I see some people very curious about what I did eat, I actually had a gyro, or if you're from Alabama, a gyro, depending on who you're asking. So it was honestly pretty solid. I'll be honest though, I'm saying that way too much these days, but if I'll be honest, I can't even stop myself from saying it, dang it. But it was actually pretty solid. Like I could have eaten anything and it would have tasted the same at this point. I was that hungry. But anyways, jumping into our next one here. This one goes to Darren Rodriguez, who puts in a 20. And Darren said, if you look at the outline of that red glow, it looks like a mushroom cloud.
Oh, no, it's not no mushroom cloud. It kind of does look like it a little bit, but it isn't. And none of the warheads, from what we know, were nuclear armed, so it was an entirely conventional strike. We can be thankful for that, at least. But still quite concerning that they fired an Oreshnik or Oreshniks at Ukraine in general. So a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope we were able to address that somewhat well, maybe the best we can. And with that, we are on to the next one. And also, Mandy, I gotta say, Matthew, how in the world do you eat that gyro thing? Like, once you eat it, does it, like, self-stabilize itself in your stomach, or what does it do?
I don't know. I mean, I just, me personally, I just eat it.
Also, folks, let me go and show y'all what he actually just ate. In case some of y'all are wondering, what the hell did he eat? It's actually this little thing. Let me see here. Not to do a rabbit hole on this for too long, but it's actually this little thing right here. This is what he just got done eating. A gyro.
Oh yeah, I feel real stabilized now. I'm really stable.
You know, folks, I've actually heard, now, this is word on the street, this is just rumor, don't take this as actual medical advice, but I've actually heard, folks, that apparently if you're ever feeling like your life is a little bit unstable, just take one of these, and your life will stabilize itself right away. So with that...
Bad idea.
A bad idea, and that's a joke, by the way. That's a joke. It's just a prank, bro. It's a prank. But anyways, with that, we are going to be moving on and into the next one.
Also, someone said, did he go vegan? It has meat in it. It has meat in a gyro or euro or whatever, gyro. It has a little bit of meat in it. So if you're going to eat a gyro, you got to put some meat in your mouth. But anyways, well,
hey, yo, hey, yo, hold up.
Pause.
Gotta put some meat in your mouth. Yo, oh my God.
Pause. I did not mean it like that. I did not mean it like that. I know that's going to be very hard to believe. That's going to be very hard to believe, but I did not mean it like that. So let's move on to our next one here. That's going to go to none other than Putin's. None other than Putin's Jenna, last name Tolls, who put in a 20 and said, boo, Russia.
I would agree. Boo, Russia, indeed. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Putin's Jenna, last name Tolls. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running and make this thing possible. So a big thanks to you once again for the incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to have an enforcerism happen live on air. And so big thanks to you so much once again, and we are on and into the next one.
You know, occasionally I love to throw those in there occasionally, like a little, nothing like a little grenade in the mix. Like you just throw it right out there like that. Just a little something. Look how fast the chat got running over that, by the way. I think, let's see, our chat rate jumped up to 110 a minute. That's crazy right there. They started running off the rails right there. Also, Peter Burrow, Flash One said, so what's a gyro? A hamburger? No, it's just like a folded piece of like bread. It's Greek, but it's like a folded piece of bread. I don't know the exact name for it. They put lamb in it. They put maybe beef in it possibly, and a little bit of tomato, onion, stuff like that. Yeah, it kind of looks like this. And they put that white sauce or whatever. Yeah, tzatziki sauce. They put that in there too. I also mine had French fries on the top of it, so it's actually pretty solid. But yeah, they put a little meat in there too.
Sometimes you gotta put some. yeah, dude. I'm not gonna lie, man. Like the way you said that, dude. You said it so deadpan. It actually took my brain 2 seconds to compute that, and then I went, "Hey, yo!" I was like, "What?" But this is a gyro. It comes with tzatziki sauce, which is that white sauce. It also comes with the lamb. That's usually the meat that it's served with. You can get different kinds, but usually lamb. It has a whole bunch of goodness inside of it, and then French fries. It's pretty tasty, actually. And they're very good, like in my opinion. I like the kind of bitterness a little bit, and it's not really like extremely bitter, but it's like the tanginess of lamb meat and also feta cheese and tzatziki mixed together. It's very good. It's a very different sort of a flavor, and so I would say that these are pretty decent. And Matthew, what would you rate the one that you had? 1 out of 10?
I would rate it. I would honestly rate it a solid like 8 or 9. But I'll be totally honest. I said it again, but I'll be totally honest here. I had to do Uber Eats to do this, so it was a little more than I was wanting to pay for it. But I was desperate. I was starving, so I had to have something. But I usually don't like to do Uber Eats because it's usually too expensive. I prefer to go get it in person like a normal person. And I know everybody's about to be like, "Hey, I use that all the time." And that's fine, but I mean, you're overpaying, in my opinion, quite a bit compared to just going to get it. So it was solid, but I would have to go drive to go get it.
And that he would have to do indeed. Also, by the way, we have an update on that Turkish Airlines flight that was big boying it right into Syria. It actually appears to have noped its way right out of that. It took a right turn northeast of Damascus, flew through Lebanon, and now it's going through the eastern Mediterranean to Istanbul. So it did avoid the war zone. Also, let's go check on that CIA plane. Where? Oh, here it is. This thing is actually being tracked, by the way, folks. This thing is actually flying around in Venezuela. We don't know what it's doing, but it is. Oh, dang. This thing is gaining 1,300 feet per minute. So it's climbing right now, and it's at 10,000 feet. Huh.
And it's heading out toward Trinidad and Tobago, I guess.
It's heading out to the Margarita Island. Yar, we go to Margaritaville, boy. We get a drink. And then we go to Trinidad and Tobago. Interesting. That's fairly interesting, you know. It's interesting, you know. They get the updates on the plane, you know. But anyways, with that, I hope we addressed the question well. And the big thanks to you for the support. Hope the channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I'm doing another check for breaking news right now to see if we have anything new coming out. And just doing a quick check here. Let's see. So we are seeing, apparently, one of our first videos allegedly showing a government building inside Tehran on fire right this second. So, unfortunately, take a look at this and see if this is actually new footage.
Yeah, it looks like real footage. There's like this kind of blur thing in the middle. I can't tell if that's spit or something, but here's the clip.
Oh, wow, it's burning down.
It's cooking like a nice Greek souvlaki.
So it looks like somebody has access to Starlink or something, or otherwise they wouldn't be able to upload those.
I suppose. I guess some clips are still going to be coming out of Iran in a trickle at this point because there isn't a huge amount of internet access, but it is at least giving us a couple of glimpses of what's going on in Iran, and the situation is still devolving even after the internet's been shut down and major massacres have begun by the security forces. So with that, I hope that does address that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Howard Mendelson, who put in a 20 once again. And thank you very much, Howard, for that support. He said, thanks for jumping on early, and nobody else is covering this. And also, I noticed that earlier, Howard, the other channels that usually cover breaking news were, for some reason, totally ignoring the fact that IRBMs were literally just launched right next to the Polish border. I don't know why that was the case, but it looks like we were the only ones covering it from what I could tell. But Enforcer, what say you?
Our channel covering the IRBM strike on Lviv. Other channels, silver and gold, silver and gold. We measure its worth by the pleasure it brings. Man, like, honestly, man. But beyond that, still, humongous thanks to you for supporting and enjoying this channel and helping us to keep this thing running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to cover major breaking news when it happens. Like, for example, the IRBM strike in Lviv. And if it wasn't for folks like you, we would never be able to make this thing possible, keep it rolling, and keep this news coming out every single day. And also keep this thing sponsor-free and ad-free. And also on top of that, folks, no matter how little in super chats we get, we are never going into sponsorships on streams. Like, that's never happening. That's I just don't really like the look of that or the kind of like presentation of that. So I'll be just frank with you all. I'd rather go broke before we run a sponsorship on a stream. So with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. A big thanks to you once again for the support. And with that, it's time for us to move on and into the next one.
And our next one goes to Wealthy Demon yet again, who put in a 20. And thank you very much once again for, I think, the third support of the night. And he said, Grandpa Buff is a nickname that I heard from Habitual Line Crosser. And Buff standing for big something. That's an interesting acronym there. He said it's a loving name given by its pilots. And the HLC is now ex-air defender who trained people on the Patriot.
Huh. And I thank you so much for sharing that. And I've just never heard of that name before. You know, apparently the C5 Galaxy also has some nicknames. One of them apparently is about an adult film star. And I learned about that like a couple of months ago, but I just knew it as the C5 Galaxy, as its official designation. But beyond that, I do thank you for supporting and sharing that with us about what the Grandpa Buff thing is. But it's basically just a B-52 Strato Fortress. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat is also a $20 support from Hokey Redneck. And thank you very much, Hokey, once again. He said, do Andrew and Matthew know why the buff is a buff? And I listed a second one here, fat something. I don't know what this one's referring to. This one here, I'm scared to say it. Hokey Redneck said, I'll say it. But you're not on the audio, though. How you going to say it? He said it to himself, at least. He got the credit for that. But I don't know. Unfortunately, you see this one right here from Hokey Redneck? I'm not sure if I can read that second one.
Let me see here. I'd have to say, I thank you for the support, Hoagie Redneck. I just don't really get into the nicknames of military equipment all too much. I just call it what it is. I call it what it is. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And if it wasn't for folks like you, Hoagie Redneck, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it running. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we've also been able to see that someone in the chat said, and it was something interesting. Let's see here. Oh, let's see here. Someone said, let's see. Y'all would be running sponsorships for some sort of like a thing. And you know, like the last thing we're ever gonna do, folks, on air is you're not a dish, you're a man. like I think that's one of the things that Matthew and me have a bit of a strict aversion to is doing a live ad read on a live stream. Like I just don't know, folks. I'm just not really one for it. I'd rather the thing be crowdfunded and people enjoyed enough to crowdfund it and keep it running, or we just don't run it. That's the way I've looked at it. And it's worked well for many years that we've run it that way, and I don't really think we should really ever change that, because, you know, wouldn't that be lame, folks, if we have to sit there, you know, in the middle of like war coverage and say, we're going to break for this important announcement. Have you been tired of getting all of those ads? And, you know, and then start an ad read in the middle of talking about a war, you know, I don't know. It just seems really weird because our particular news is particular usually about foreign conflicts. And while we do have to make money to run this thing and do this as our livelihood and our business, at the same time, I don't like the over monetization of it, because I feel like we're kind of profiting at that point more so than necessary and more so than ever really needed. And it also really makes the coverage tacky. Like, that's my 2 cents on it. But we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment. What do we got, Matthew? What do we got?
Okay, so we have a very big situation happening right now over the skies of Iraq, and a huge shout out to everybody for pointing this out to me. If you go look at Flight Radar 24, there's currently one of the strato tankers that was being sent by the United States to apparently get ready for strikes on Iran is squawking an emergency code right now. We're not sure exactly why they're squawking code 7700, but it looks like they're experiencing an emergency on their way to Kuwait, maybe? Like, I'm not sure where they're going, actually. I'm not really sure where their destination is. It does not say. But they're squawking emergency codes for some reason. Not really sure why. But Enforcer, what can you deduce from it?
It appears that this aircraft is turned off its transponder at this time, right when we showed it. So at the moment, it appears that there's some sort of an in-air emergency that's happened on board one of the tankers. We do not know what particular sort of a emergency it's having, but it is apparently rapidly descending, as its vertical speed is now 12,1600 feet per minute. But that's not really an extremely rapid descent, but it is getting on towards a rapid descent. And it keeps on popping up and popping off of flight radar as its transponder appears to be turning on and off at this point. We don't know what kind of emergency it is having on board. It is traveling at a bit of a higher rate of speed, at least for a stratotanker, and it also is descending at a pretty decent rate. So we don't really know what's going on.
You don't think this thing right here could have crashed, do you?
No, no, we wouldn't be getting transponder information from it still at this point. Like if we
Oh,
see
it's off.
well, I mean, it still is reporting something right now. At least we can see that it is back on radar at the moment. It seems.
Is that predictive or is that the actual flight path?
I think that is the actual path that's on. I think the area that's the black line. I think that's the predictive path, but the one that's actually highlighted, I think that is the actual path. So, interesting to note, it is moving. Like it is moving a little bit, so it does appear that this may be actually live reported, but that doesn't really seem like a good situation, and we'll keep an eye on that, folks, and see what more information we can get from it. Interesting enough, though, out of all the aircraft in the world, that one was actually highlighted in red as it has declared some form of an in-air emergency. So a little bit interested with that. Also, by the way, folks, this aircraft actually originated from the Al Udeid Air Base. So it already was within the region, and it appears to have declared an emergency after taking off from Al Udeid and traveling into western Iraq. So a little bit interesting with that. Also, someone said, wow, it's 62 years old. Yeah, all of our tankers are about that old. All of these started off technically, they're not 707s, but they're very similar to a Boeing 707. And later on, all of them got engine upgrades, which expanded their service life, and also all of their airframes were checked, and most of them were considered to be suitable for modern air operations. This is what they actually looked like when they went into service way back in the day. This is back in the 50s, actually, really the late 50s. And then in the modern day, we gave them an engine refit. You can actually see one of them here still with their original turbojet engines. But later on, they were given a refit with turbofan jet engines, and their airframes were inspected. And there were some slight refits that were done to some, but most of the fuselages remained in their original condition. And since then, they have still been flying. So most of the KC-135s are incredibly old. They're about as old as all of the B-52s we still have in service. So, you know, there may be some sort of a major technical fault that's been had on board this aircraft, may even be a medical emergency, or it may have been that the cabin has depressurized, and that they're, well, actually, probably not the case now because it's now reporting even more flight information. It does have its transponder on, and it's now cruising at an altitude of 33,000 feet. So most likely not a loss of cabin pressure. It may be some sort of an engine fault, or some other form of electrical fault on board. So that's our best speculation at the moment. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we have some more breaking news. This news is not out of the Middle East. This news is out of the United States. We cannot show this video, by the way. But we have heard, excuse me, we have heard that apparently the U.S. is planning on escalating with Mexico now. We have heard a statement here from the U.S. president where he is saying that they are going to now start hitting on land with regard to the cartels. The cartels are running Mexico. I'm not sure if this is one of these like statements that is kind of like just a wild statement that he makes and then he backs off of later. But considering that we are taking real action against Venezuela and also threatening action against Colombia and Cuba, I would not disregard the statement right off the bat. I would at least consider it that it may be a real statement that he's making here about the cartels. So Mexico, that's an interesting one because like we discussed before here on the channel, Mexico is the #1 trading partner of the United States. Also, the cartels are highly intertwined with the government in Mexico. So to separate those two would be a feat, to say the least. So they would definitely need the permission of the Mexican government to do this, and they would not be able to go do it unilaterally, or otherwise that would be devastating to the U.S. economy to mess up a #1 trading partner quite like that and also ruin the relationship. So an interesting statement here in an interview. It appears to be on Fox News. But Enforcer, what say you?
Fairly interesting development. If this is followed through on, folks, a lot of people in America are going to be losing their jobs. You can count your money. Well, you can count the lack of money you'll be having as a result of that one. But messing with a country that has a nearly $1 trillion annual trade value with us in imports and exports is going to devastate the U.S. economy, especially if Mexico takes retaliatory action towards the United States in economic actions, say the implementation of tariffs or even an embargo on sanctions on U.S. trade. That will heavily damage Mexico, but it's also going to heavily damage the U.S. as well. So I hope that that's not going to be the case, because that will end up quite badly for a lot of people here in the United States. So Yeah, that's what it is. So I guess the whole thing with Greenland isn't enough right now to have almost a whole of NATO going up against us and preparing to fight on on Denmark's behalf to defend Greenland. I guess that we now also have to try and torpedo our largest trading partner that's not the European Union, which is Mexico. So
Yeah, maybe so. Also, by the way, I'm going to try to listen to this clip, by the way. We can't show it on the air because it is from Fox News, so we can't show it for copyright reasons. But I'm going to try to listen to it real quick to hear the exact wordage instead of just reading off the quote from the Twitter post. So give me about 15 or 20 seconds to listen to this real quick.
all right, we'll be giving Matthew that time.
You can keep covering while I'm listening to it, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, beyond that, folks, it does appear that right now, at least, we are now threatening to do something with Mexico. Let me show you this U.S. trading partners. Let me just show you this, folks, because this is so important to talk about as far as what we do and how much money we have. And oh goodness, oh goody. Let's take a look at this. Mexico is our largest trading partner, folks. It amounts to the largest trading partner by far. It's $840 billion of global trade every single year. Most of that is actually done in terms of exports and imports. It's kind of a blend. So not only will the U.S. be losing out on $334 billion of goods that we can export, we'll also be losing out on $505 billion of imports that we could also be profiting from as well. And on top of that, that is also while we're getting the entirety of the European part of NATO, which is also the European Union, getting ready to basically split with us and NATO over the Greenland situation. So right now, we are basically threatening our two largest allies with some form of military action that's probably going to get us alienated from them and cut out about a collective $2 trillion in trade. So not really good.
So I listened to the video here, the clip from Fox News. It sounds to me like the quote on the Twitter post is accurate. He mentioned hitting on land with regard to cartels, and then he immediately followed up with the cartels are running Mexico, and mentioned that they're killing Americans every single year with the drug trade. So it's a very similar rhetoric that we heard before Venezuela was attacked, actually. So it's very similar rhetoric being used here against Mexico this time, it seems like. So unless I'm misunderstanding what he's saying, which I'm not sure, that'd be a pretty big misunderstanding, then it sounds like they're targeting Mexico pretty heavily now, at least in this interview, in the statement that we just got.
And I'd have to say so. And also, I see some people saying, "Why are you in support of the cartels?" I get so tired of straw man arguments. This is the thing, folks. The world is very more nuanced than it is. Like, if I sat there and said, okay, so this person, like just this random person in the world it might commit a crime or do something that was wrong to someone in the future. Not illegal, but morally wrong, and they're going to cause emotional distress to that person. Does it make sense at that point to go, you know what, it's a really good idea to just euthanize that person to stop any future injustice that they might commit on others? Everyone would say no, because that sounds insane. So yeah, it's like, yeah, the cartels are bad. They do import drugs into the United States, and generally drugs aren't really the greatest thing. But is that really worth destroying a $1 trillion international trade that we have with Mexico, and putting millions of people out of the job in the United States, and putting them in basically a major regional economic depressions to try and deal with the cartels? No. It's like that's like seeing a spider in your house and burning down your whole house to get rid of the spider. You're now out of a whole house, and the spider probably died, but that wasn't even worth it. That just doesn't even make any sense. And that's what I think people don't understand here. You've got to understand that just because something's bad doesn't mean that you can go down there and literally burn the fields and scorch the earth and then act like, well, we fixed it, because then you fixed it, and then a whole bunch of Americans here in the United States are now on the breadline because they don't have a job and they're living in poverty, and they have a whole family that they might have to support, and now they can't support them because of the complete lack of trade we have with Mexico, because either the entire supply line's been disrupted because we're in the midst of an active war with them, or they have taken reciprocal action against us through the Mexican government to punish us for what they've done in their country without their permission, which then completely stops the trade. That's absolutely stupid. Like people have got to understand, folks, just because we sit there and go, ooh, this isn't really a smart move. Doesn't mean that someone's saying that they want the country to be flooded with drugs and everyone to die from a fentanyl overdose. There's a bit of nuance to this thing here that makes it to where we really can't go down there and just start pissing off our largest trading partner and our customer. Kind of like how you can't piss off your customers at your normal job. You know, like a lot of those people, you might not like them. They might be assholes. They might be Karens. But if you tell every Karen in the world to kiss your ass and go find another place to go and spend their money at, you might end up not making any money and you might be out of the job. So it might be better just to deal with them being an asshole and keep working with them and keep getting their money instead of having to blow everyone off and then being out of a business and a job. That's how it works. Like, I don't know if people get that, but things are a lot more nuanced than just black and white. Let's go obliterate a cartel and completely destroy our trade relations with Mexico as a result, or let's go annex Greenland and let's get ourselves ostracized from the European Union and the rest of NATO as trading partners and military allies. A lot more nuance to it than just simple black and white, second grade, two-dimensional analysis of a global policy situation or a foreign policy situation.
You know, an interesting quote that I saw the other day. The quote said, "Tolerance will reach such a level that intelligence people will be banned from thinking so as to not offend the imbeciles." Do you know who made that statement, by the way?
Who?
It was a Russian that made that statement, actually.
Really?
Yeah, a Russian made that statement right there. Honestly, it's kind of true. Now, granted, it was a Russian from like the 1800s. It was not a modern day Russian. I don't think the modern day Russians would say that because I think Putin would have it out for them if they said that. But it's kind of getting to the point where it's true. People are getting scared to say anything. I mean, even here on the channel, if we say something that makes sense, like people go berserk because it offends the clowns out there that want to be like political extremists. It offends them. So, you know, it's really wild. It is kind of true, though.
It is pretty true, unfortunately. So let's see here. Right now, folks, in total, let's see. Oh, yeah, hell, that's per 100,000. I'm trying to find y'all just the number of people who die every year. Because I'm going to be honest with y'all, the amount of, like, it's going to sound a little bit crass, but the amount of people who die from drug overdoses every year doesn't justify this, and I'll tell y'all why. From what we know, the last time we were able to find the statistics, according to the CDC, within the last 12-month period, as of right now, around 50 to 40,000 people have died of drug overdoses in the United States of America. That is a number that is not worth completely destroying trade relations with Mexico because that many people die in car crashes in the United States every single year. And about a quarter of those people die from getting shot every single year, whether that's self-inflicted gunshot wounds or whether it's some form of a homicide or some sort of a mass shooting. So when we look at those situations, 40,000 people dying sounds like a big number, but when you put that up against 360,000 people in the country and also their well-being, it doesn't really pale in comparison. It just doesn't. Like, sure, it'd be great that those people wouldn't die, but it'd also be great if people were banned from driving cars, so that way 40,000 people wouldn't die in fatal car crashes every year. We could also say that as well. So if we're going to go and completely blow up about $1 trillion of trade with Mexico, why in the world would we also not go and completely ban the automobile industry in the United States because it also kills the same number of people annually, fentanyl or not? You know, we could also get there as well. And then at that point, why don't we just start banning everything? Why don't we ban all firearms in the United States? I mean, they kill about 13,000 people every year. And why don't we ban alcohol? Alcohol kills about 80,000 people every year in this country. Smoking kills hundreds of thousands of people in this country every year from lung cancer. Right now, it's about 1,500 people a day in this country die from lung cancer or from some form of cancer that was caused by smoking or the use of some form of a tobacco product. Why don't we just start banning everything? And we already have drugs banned. People shouldn't be getting their hands on them, and it's a federal crime to get their hands on them. But at the same time, there is no reason on the planet that we should go and completely start destroying our economy to go and try and fix this situation when, to be entirely frank, it's not even as big a problem as it's made out to be. That's just the truth of it. So I would have to say it does not make any sense to me at all. That's an absolutely stupid idea, and that's going to end up being paid dearly for, not by anyone else, but the U.S. citizen. But with that, we are going to be moving on and into the next one.
All right, so into our next super chat here. This one goes to Scott the Knife, who puts in a $20 support. And thank you very much, Scott, for that $20 support. He said, "It's Scott the Knife, and I wish you would do your show at this time every day. And I usually listen at 6 a.m.
And I thank you so much for the support. And I'd have to say, I wish we could, but we always have to keep up our schedule because we have a very consistent schedule that everybody knows. But still, a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running and we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so with that, I thank you so much once again for support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Jesse James, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Jesse James, for that support. He said, I wish the stream could always be this early. And he said the same thing as Scott. He said, keep up the good work, LSA, and wish you the best from Texas.
And I thank you so much for the support all the way down there from the great state of Texas, really cool state. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than JMP Traveler, who puts in a 20. And JMP said, long time no see, and I just learned that we had ice cream boats in World War II, 10 gallons in 7 minutes, and God bless America.
We actually did. It's a pretty cool fact. We actually did have ice cream ships or ice cream barges within the Pacific during the Second World War as a morale booster. And it was actually stated, it's kind of a bit of a modern myth, but we don't really know if it happened or not. But apparently a Japanese general defending one of the islands heard that they had pulled up the ice cream barge on the other side of the island that the U.S. was holding. And he said, oh, hell, we're basically screwed, because there is no way in hell, logistically, that we can compare to a country that has so much excess in terms of its logistical capacity, they can make an entire ice cream barge and operate it. So a big thanks to you for the support. Really cool fact. And a big thanks to you once again for supporting this channel and helping us to keep this thing running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And also, one other thing. I gotta say this, folks. I gotta say it. I see a lot of people in the chat saying, so you don't care about, you like drugs? No, I don't. I don't do drugs. I don't even drink. I don't even smoke. I'm smart enough not to do any of them. But here's another thing. If I remember correctly, the people who were so big into the war on drugs, which is basically the war to get oil at this point in Venezuela, weren't y'all all saying that it's a good thing that drugs were flowing in this country like 10, 20 years ago when I was a kid, because it's wiping out all of the junkies and the degenerates in society? Now y'all actually care. Like, I'm not getting political here, but I can't do, I'm not going to participate in the stupid 180 bullshit that everyone does morally, to where it's a good thing because it's wiping out the degenerates, and now it's a bad thing because we just made it up to be one. I don't, like, the honest truth is, that many people dying from drugs, one, ought to be smart enough not to try drugs in the first place. That's just my honest opinion. Two, you assume the risk, and on top of that, it's already illegal, so these people clearly are going out of their way to do something they shouldn't be doing. And three, while it's a tragedy, there's also no way to really deal with it, especially going to war with Mexico, that's going to make that situation any better. If anything, it's going to make everything far worse. So why the hell would anyone do that? That makes no sense. It's stupid. If you don't like that, go talk to a therapist, because you're a snowflake and you can't handle listening to someone actually speak about the reality of a situation. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving into our poll here, it says, do you support U.S. land intervention in Mexico? And 65% said no, and 35% said yes. So I'm just going to leave it at that. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I'm 100% in the no. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Wealthy Demon, once again, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, good sir, for the support once again. He said, Enforcer fan fiction win, LOL.
And, oh man, well, I do thank you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Jenna Tolles, once again, who puts in a 20. He said, who said something I can't read. I'll be honest, I can't even read this right here. But thank you very much for that support once again. And we appreciate that very, very much. And we also have a 20 from Jeremy, who said, thank you guys, do a great job. And at least your news is honest.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying our news coverage. We try our best, and I hope that we've done a good job again tonight. So big thanks to you once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Scott the Knife once again, who puts in a 20. And Scott said, Scott the Knife, he said, look at the Mexicali, Mexico major U.S. aerospace presence.
And let's see, let's take a look at that. The Mexican Californian. Unfortunately, I don't really think we'd be able to get a breakdown of that, because right now domestic air traffic is basically at its peak at the moment. So it'd be really hard to get into that and get a good breakdown of that and analysis of it at the moment. So I do thank you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Sparky. And thank you very much, Sparky, for that support. He said, just saying hi, guys, and great world news. And just keep plugging away. And don't forget to take mini breaks, LOL.
And thank you so much for the support. And we try our best. And I got to thank you massively once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Leesburg Paranormal, who puts in a 10. And Leesburg said, an alligator made its way into a Walmart here in Florida and ate a rotisserie chicken. Honestly, I wouldn't doubt it with it being Florida. But he said, I believe he watches the best news channel like me, and LLT, LSA.
It was getting close to a Costco chicken. It was a Walmart chicken, but that kind of counts. And I got to say, a big thanks to you so much for supporting the kind words, and also a pretty good joke right there, too. And so a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does addressed out well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Gaming Random Guy, who put in a 10. And he said, I just love how China is sitting it all out and not doing nothing new.
They kind of are playing their cards very reserved at the moment. We'll have to see if they do anything in the future, but generally they keep things on the low key for the most part until they want to actually do something. So with that, a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Point of Guinness, a 20-pound that is. And he said, can we have a poll for if we'd like to see more earlier live streams like we had today?
And I thank you so much for the support, Point of Guinness. Sadly, though, we won't really be able to have a poll on that because we cannot really change our time slot. YouTube actually kind of promotes us for the most part outside of breaking news based off of when we go on air and the consistency of it. So we really can't change that all too much. The only time we ever really get to do that is on breaking news days like these. But outside of that, YouTube would probably punish us for completely changing the time slot that we run in. So sadly, we wouldn't really be able to do that in reality just due to technical limitations because of the platform that we're on. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $10 support from Defiance, who said, as for the MERV strikes in Lviv, Ukraine, it appears the clusters were close together, which would make the Oreshnik decades old compared to modern-day MERVs.
And that is probably more so a selection of the targets from the MERV itself, considering that they want them to all be seen in a focalized point to send a message. I have a feeling that the Oreshnik's capabilities are probably that of the late 80s Soviet nuclear technology, which was, from what we understand, close to comparable to U.S. technology during that period of time. So it probably is a fairly, it's probably a little bit more advanced because it doesn't take a lot. You just release the re-entry vehicles at different periods along its flight path, and it allows for it to hit a wider range of targets. So I hope that does address it the best I can, and a big thanks to once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Mr. Zoidberg, who said, I don't catch the stream live often because it starts at 4 a.m., but I always catch it the day afterward, and I'm subbed since 2022, but I started watching before that, and keep up the amazing work, and long live the LSA.
Hey, thank you so much for the support and enjoying this channel, and thank you for the kind words. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Robert Krogan. He said, it's been a long day, and going to give me nightmares and severe anxiety. And he said, I'm such a baby.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. But the deuce is the deuce, unfortunately. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Richard B. Jameson. And he said, let's see here. Basically, I'll have to summarize because I can't get too much into it, but he's very unhappy with how the geopolitics situation is going on right now with the United States.
I would generally have to say I'm not really a big fan of it either. I expected some things to be done, and, it was going to be what it was. But a lot of the stuff that's coming out these days is completely out of left pocket or left field. It's just something that is just appearing out of nowhere for no reason with no actual point behind it. Because, with the whole Greenland thing, people these days act like Greenland's a do or die thing. It's like, since when? Nobody's ever made that a big deal before in U.S. history, ever. It's like, why in the world, there was a pursuit back in the 50s to see if Greenland would sell it, and they said no, and that was that. And nobody ever then pursued that from that point onwards. So it's like, why in the world is that a big deal? And also, who in the world would ever think that it's a good idea to go and start bombing the Mexicans, who are our largest national trading partner in the world? That's like going up to your biggest customer at your store and then beating the shit out of them, literally. It's like they're not going to buy from you again. You're going to lose a lot of business as a result of that. That's not a good move. So, that's, I don't even know what's up with that. So a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Leesburg once again, who puts in a 10. He said, please show that new drone that hit the mine. And we have some newbies in here tonight, and hit the like button.
You know what? We will show that. Well, actually, I'd have to go get yesterday's map. Let me go see if I can find that. We will show that because that was a pretty good one. I gotta say, that was comical, honestly. So let me go get that. And let's see, here we are. There's the map that we're looking for. And let me zoom on in down here. And let me go get that thing from the location unknowns. Let's see here. Oh, here we are. This is it.
Вот докуда доехали. Давай, давай, давай.
There he is, the little fella.
На машине, а дальше доставка уже своим ходом пойдет.
That's a great thing.
Ну давай,
Look at little
погнали.
fella. There he goes.
Все. И вот так производится доставка на передний край.
This is a brand new drone.
где не
The
может
future of
где-то
Russia's
доехать.
supply runs. If it succeeds on its first run, they'll mass produce these things in the thousands. There we are. Off it goes.
Лужи, не
Look at that
лужи,
little fella go.
нам все.
A very promising future, to be sure.
И все. Вот она и поехала туда на передок.
Oh, no. Look at that. I love it. It never gets old, this one here.
Man, honestly.
Вот она и поехала туда на передок.
Kaboom.
Oh man, but still, a huge thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep running. I hope that everyone enjoyed seeing that clip again today. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, we have another super chat yet again. A whopping, I think this is like the 7th one possibly tonight, from Wealthy Demon yet again. He put in a 20, by the way. He said, my last super chat for the night, and I have to go to bed to be at work by 8 a.m. and love to finally get to watch another stream, and love the work you guys do, and love supporting you guys, and have a good night, and see you next time.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. I hope you have a great night tonight, a great night's sleep, as a matter of fact. And thank you so much for being able to catch another stream, and thank you for enjoying it so much and helping this channel to keep on rolling. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well, and we are on and into the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Kyle Padell. And Kyle said, at Christmas break, I visited the small town of Gotibo, Oklahoma, ghost town. LOC, best news around, and OT bonus coming just get paid. And both enforcers, you got me checking out Costco chicken.
Hey, and Costco chicken is very affordable and very yummy. And I gotta say, Gotibo, it's a ghost town, eh? It's a ghost town, you say? Well, it looks like one. Let's take a look at the pictures. Oh.
Real ghostly. Look at this.
Man, it's almost like this is a abandoned town. Like, only ghosts would live here. Get it. It's a ghost town, huh? Oh, man. Let's see. Let's look. Oh. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Cairo, Illinois, down here.
I thought you were trying to say Cairo for a minute. I was about to say, no way, he's trying to say Cairo.
No. Apparently, I was saying Cairo the last time, and then I pulled it up. This is apparently Cairo. So it's kind of like Huracan, how it's hurricane, but it's pronounced differently. This is what this is. But this is also largely a ghost town for the most part. There's still people living here, like there is in Gotibo, I would assume. But most of it's generally abandoned. This used to be a huge port, by the way, folks. This is actually a port city that was mentioned in Mark Twain's book, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. And they were actually planning, I forgot the name of the escaped slave that they had with them in the story, but they were actually planning on sailing up the Mississippi to Cairo because once he stepped foot in Illinois, he was technically a free man. So that was a big part of the story in the book, if I remember correctly. I don't know if they ever made it to Cairo. I think they did. But nowadays it's an abandoned city, which is really sad because it actually used to hold so much significance. There was a gunboat named after the city. It was mentioned in Mark Twain's books. I mean, it was actually a very important city for the day, but nowadays it is pretty much a ghost town as well. And it was Jim. That's who it was. It was Jim in the book, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. And thank you for sharing that, everyone. But anyways, with that, a big thanks to you for support and sharing that with us. And really cool to hear. And I hope that you do get yourself a Costco chicken. They are delicious. So with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we do have some breaking news right now, and this is
Oh,
some very bad news, actually, right this second. I was not reposting this, by the way. We cannot show this on the air, but I have gotten confirmation. I've visualized it and seen it myself in a video. The Iranian government is wiping people out. They have definitely started doing that. It looks like this has occurred in Fardis, if that's how you say it properly, Fardi or Fardis, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but it's near Iran's capital, Tehran, and it is some really bad situations happening there. There's at least 10 people dead on the ground that I can see here in this video, and it is gruesome. Other witnesses say that the death toll is much higher than just 10 people, and also the internet blackout is still in place. So the Iranians have started wiping people out. That's confirmed here in this video.
also, really quickly, can you put that on the likes tab so that way I can go see it off air to see what's happening
Yeah, it's
there
under
really
there.
quickly? All right, so let me go take a look at that, folks. Let's see here. Let me refresh my page so that way it'll pop up. Did you put it on the likes tab on Twitter?
Yeah.
I don't see it at the moment. Let me. Yeah, it's not popping up.
Not sure why.
Can you redo it?
Let's see. Let's see here. The post has gone missing. It just disappeared.
Oh, so that must be why. So, unfortunately, I won't be able to see it, folks, but it does appear that there are massacres being conducted by the Iranian government against the Iranian citizens. So, incredibly unfortunate to hear. But with that, we will be moving on and into the next one.
And also, folks, we will not be able to show videos like that on the air. Like, we simply cannot do that, or we're going to get an issue with YouTube if we do that. So we'll have to leave that one off air. But moving into our next super chat here, this one goes to Ryan H. on Wheels, who puts in the 10. He said, for a glimpse into the early railroad engineering, check out the Bahia Honda Channel Bridge, built by Henry Flagler. And it has since been converted into a pedestrian bridge, but it's still cool to see in LSA.
Let's see, and the Honda Channel Bridge. Let's take a look at that. Let's see, the new... I think it's this one, isn't it? Is this the one down to the Keys? Oh my goodness, it is!
It is the Keys.
This is the giant railroad bridge that used to go down to the Keys. I actually know about this one, funnily enough. I didn't know that was the name of the bridge. And I got to thank you for sharing that, Ryan, Hell on Wheels. And that is really the coolest thing. Like, I actually didn't know that that was the name of it, but that's really neat. Back in the day, folks, before automobiles were a big thing, a railroad, I forgot the railroad company. I think it was actually the Florida East Coast, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Oh yeah, it was. Look at that. It was the East Coast Railway, so this was before the merger. But they built this bridge down to the Keys, so that way they could capitalize on the tourist dollars of getting people down to Key West. And it actually was fairly successful. But the rise of the automobile generally killed off any of the competitiveness of the railroad, and so then the bridge was later abandoned. And you can see it in its derelict state in some places to this day, like that part right there. But still, a really interesting piece of history that I actually knew about, but I didn't know the name of that bridge. That is actually so cool, and thank you so much for the support and sharing that with us, and a really interesting deal. There was actually a bridge built in the early days of the L&N, I believe by Albert Fink, which was a really cool bridge, but it was burned down by Confederate raiders in the Civil War in Kentucky, so a very unfortunate fact about that. But still, that was also a very neat bridge by everyone's account. It was basically like a modern wonder of art and structure put together. So with that, we are on to the next one. A huge thanks to you once again.
Yes, indeed. And we also have a 14 Canadian from some Canadian dude. And he said, I know y'all don't like to advertise and promote other channels and stuff, but would you be game to shout out a Ukrainian painter? They live in Ukraine to sell paintings. I bought some from them.
Sure. I mean, I would be fine with that. It's just that like recently we've been saying no advertising because like paintings and stuff like that. That's not anything I feel bad about shouting out at all. But the thing about shout-outs is that we're perfectly fine with giving shout-outs to channels that we greatly like and respect, you know, and the feeling's mutual. Like, for example, Dennis Davidov and others that we talk to from time to time on occasion and we consider to be on good standing with. But for other channels, there's this one in particular that covers the Iran war. And people say that this is happening because they're liked, but I'm not gonna lie, it's happening so damn much. There can't be that many people who like a channel that much, because they come in and they say the exact same sentence. This channel is okay, but this other dude here is way better and you should watch him. It's literally an advert put in the chat, and it's happened hundreds of times over the past week, every single show. And it just gets very annoying. That's why we keep on saying stop advertising to folks in our chat, because they like I don't know what it is with that channel, but at this point, folks, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like they're basically having people go out and advertise for them, because there's no way in hell that many people are wandering around and popping in our chat and basically telling people, hey, don't watch this guy's channel, it's not that good, go watch this other guy. One, it's incredibly rude, and two, that that in particular, it's just it's so cheap. Like, it really is, because it's like we don't tell any of y'all to go advertise, and I hope that y'all don't, because the algorithm advertises for channels. If it's a good channel and you are interested in it, it's going to recommend it to you. But that is really lame to go around to other people's channels and advertise in their chat and say, hey, this channel isn't that good, it basically sucks, go watch this other guy. It's like, what a rude thing to do in the midst of someone working on the show. And it's also like, we're not going to end our show over that. It's like, we're still running and we're still having to cover what we're covering because that's our job. So it's like, that is just the rudest damn thing ever, to go in the middle of someone's very own show and be like, hey, they suck. Like, it's like, would that other community from that other channel like it if we had all of our people go and flood into their live chat and be like, hey, this dude sucks, go watch The Enforcer, he's better? No. So it's like, I wish that those people would stop doing that, because it's getting so annoying that it's really hard not even to mention it. But anyways,
this channel's a wildlife reserve. We're a nature reserve here. No poaching.
yeah, I mean, like, really, it's like we don't go around poaching other people. Like, if y'all see us, it's just because of the algorithm. That's it. So anyone who's new that sees us, that's it. Like, we don't ever tell y'all to go on a crusade and go advertise our channel and everyone else's live chats and stuff, because that would be so damn rude to all those other people. And if those people on those channel, like say Dennis Davidoff, if he wants his people to know about our show, he'll shout us out himself. But people going around acting like it's their job to go and tell other people that other shows suck, come watch ours, or vice versa, that's just incredibly rude to the other people who are running their own shows. But with that, I hope that does address it the best it can, because we'd be fine with shouting out the painter. But that's the reason why we've been saying no advertising so much recently, is because it's been getting wildly out of hand. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Scott the Knife once again, who puts in a 10. He said, Google Map the U.S. factory presence is what I meant.
And I thank you so much for the support and sharing that with us and letting us know. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, he's saying to Google the Mexico major U.S. aerospace presence. That's what he's saying.
Oh, and where again?
Mexico major U.S. aerospace presence.
Let's see here. Let me go pull that up. That's near to the U.S. border. Let's see here. That's an Osprey of the military. This is also an Osprey of the military, and that is also what appears to be some sort of a medical evac helicopter. So there's a couple of Ospreys in the area. Sorry, I thought you meant like the Mexican Californian airspace area. I didn't know you meant Mexicali like the city. I'm sorry about that. But it does appear that there is a decent amount of Ospreys near to the border in this area, and there's a Dassault Mirage. What the hell? And another? Who owns these?
Who is this? Who is it?
Who is this? Like, who is this? What in the hell? Mirage F1s. I would have never expected to see that in my lifetime near to the border. And there's another Black Hawk here. Wow, how bizarre. Why do we have Mirage F1s from France along the border? And these things are old, like very old at this point.
Do you think they're getting ready to attack over the whole thing about Greenland?
Mexico?
I mean, maybe. Maybe they're going to take it out on the nearest neighbor.
Not with Mirages. That's for sure. I don't know what the Ospreys are doing though. And apparently, I just have to say, fairly significant presence, very interesting to note. But unfortunately, I wouldn't really be able to make a lot out of this, as I'm not really familiar with the usual border activities these days. So with that, I do thank you for support and help with this channel to keep on running. But how weird. And also someone said it's an aggressor squadron. Maybe. But what aggressor will we ever fight that has a Mirage F1? That's the real question. Let me go pull up the list of Mirage F1 operators because maybe we can get an answer to that. Let's see here. Let's go look at the field of global operators who currently still have them. So, oh, the Iranians. Oh, like, okay. Well, I guess that adds up now. How many do they have? So they have about 17 of them in service. Here's one of them. Ugh, that thing looks rough. So I guess they're getting ready to fight a Mirage F1, but they don't even really have to get ready for that, folks, because a Mirage F1 does not have the ability in terms of weaponry to even reach out and threaten a modern 4th-gen aircraft of the U.S. Air Force. It's just not possible. These things are basically flying targets if they're up in the air. So maybe
they're probably just rich people's planes.
I don't know of a lot of rich people who are like, yeah, I want 2 Dassault F1s, please.
Well, you never know. Like they could just have like a flying itch.
I mean, maybe. But 2 of them? Like, what 2 old folks who had a whole bunch of money went, you know what? You know what, Jimmy? I'd love to get a Dassault Mirage F1. You know what? I want one too. Make that 2. Like, who in the world would do that? Like, I don't know. Let's see. I would pull up the registration number and stuff. That's just really interesting, though. And I do thank you for support and sharing that, but that is just so interesting right there, isn't it? That's just wild. But anyways,
Everybody's saying it's training. That's what everybody's saying.
I would assume it's probably an aggressor squad thing. Let's see. Aggressor squad Mirage F1. Let's see. Oh yeah, they did. Actually, these would be aggressor squad aircraft run by a private company.
Yeah, so they're just doing probably a little testing down there. That's all.
Yeah, look. I mean, look at that right there. You see the aggressor squad stuff. It's aggressor squad. It's training, like everyone's saying. Y'all are dead on the money. And so with that, it's time for us to move on and into the next one.
And our next one goes to Slinger, who puts in a 10. They said, I appreciate y'all.
And we appreciate you, Slinger. And a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel a reality. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also had a 2 from Nod, who said, a rich guy has a Harrier he flies.
A Harrier? Well, there is that one guy. I think he's in South Africa. But it appears that those are actually aggressor squads for training, which is fairly interesting.
South Africa, they're coming illegal.
You know, the problem with Americans is that they have empathy. And then meanwhile, like 3 days later, it's terrible what's happening to all those people in northern Nigeria. Have some empathy. It's like, okay.
Legalized comedy.
I mean, that's comical right there. Literally doing like a complete 180. The problem's empathy, and then how dare anyone not have empathy on these people? It's like, what's the moral of the story here, man? Come up with one. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Point of Guinness, who puts in a 10. And he said, sadly, time to sleep and keep up the good work here. Lots of laughs and keep up the hard work.
And thank you so much for the support, and we will try and keep up the good work the best that we can. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Williams, who said, ah!
Ah! Oh! But still, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Damian McClay. He said, is this it?
Is this it? Is that the meal? Jerry, a soup's not a meal. Listen, Banya, it is the meal. I mean, but yeah, that's it. That's the meal. That with this whole news tonight, that's the soup's the meal. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well, at least the best that we can, at least from what we would know and what we'd be able to assume and what we'd be able to say. And a big thanks to you so much once again for making this channel possible and helping us to keep this thing running. And so with that, we are on and into the next one.
And this one goes to Matty, who puts in a 5 and said, look on the firm's map for a thermal signature of nature.
A thermal signature of nature? You mean a fire? like you mean a fire or something? I mean,
man, thermal signature of nature. I tell you, that's a whole new thing. I've never heard of that animal.
Yeah, the whole of sub-Saharan Africa is basically hell, according to the firms. Every damn day. It
oh,
never changes.
He said thermal signature. Signature.
No. Oh, it's so stupid.
Listen, he put a space. Now get this. This isn't all on me. I'll take some of the responsibility for this, but also Maddie Matt and Maddie got this one all messed up. He put a typo in there. He put sig and nature after it, so I didn't put the 2 plus 2 together and realized, oh, there's just a space between the word signature. So there you go, a thermal signature, not signature.
Well, we got some fires in Iran, but not a lot. What the hell, bro? You just turned into Chuckles the Clown right there, man. You went, whoa. I was like, what? I was like, oh, bro. Oh, man. Bro, it had me sitting there thinking, man, what the hell is a signet? Like, I was like, what is that? Oh, man. Oh, my
That's a bad one.
But I do have to say, though, Sub-Saharan Africa is, like, basically hell. Everywhere else in the world, there's, like, a fire here and there. In Sub-Saharan Africa, it's, I'm burning alive! Oh, like, every day. It's actually, folks, by the way, just to explain why that is what it is, it's actually a whole bunch of, like, fires that they start in their villages and municipalities to keep themselves warm and to cook and such. That's why it looks like that every day on farms. It's not that they're living in hell, although I would say that with how unstable Sub-Saharan Africa is, it basically is like living in hell because one warlord's coming through every day and wiping out about a quarter of the town each day. So, it is kind of hell on earth, but it's not on fire, though. It's just how it looks. But if you zoom in, you'll see that it's from, say, small villages and whatnot in the middle of nowhere, pretty much. So, yeah. Or, I mean, it may actually be that the whole Sub-Saharan Africa is on fire. But anyways, beyond that, though, let's take a look at, dang, George is cooking.
Also, by the way, that horrid situation in Iran, that video came back. It's been reposted again. Apparently, they had a typo the first time, so they got rid of it. So I put it under the likes tab. If you want to try to geolocate where that is and see what that's about, you can see on the likes tab. But do not show that on the air, whatever you do.
Oh yeah, you can. Let's see here. Let me watch this, folks, off air really quickly. It's going to take me a second, but I'll tell you what I can see. I'm going to mute that really quickly.
Also, by the way, while he's watching that right there, apparently the U.S. president has allegedly said, according to Fightix Network, that Iran is on the verge of collapse and says that Khamenei is looking for some place to go to escape. So that's what he's saying. I'm not sure if he apparently didn't mention strikes on Iran, because otherwise I'd imagine that would be here in the quote. If he did, it's not included here. So apparently Khamenei, if you believe the intelligence, is looking for somewhere to go.
So really quickly, folks, to describe the video to y'all, it's a very bad one. So we can't show it on air because YouTube has very significant restrictions on what we can and cannot show on air as far as that sort of stuff, so we'll never be able to show this one on air, but I'll tell you all what we can see. So somewhere within a back alley, it seems, in sort of a corner, it appears that a group of people may have been cornered and they were fired upon by internal security forces with live ammunition. It appears that all of them were fatally struck, some of them within the chest, legs, arms, and even some of them appeared to be in the head or neck, and it appears that they were generally piled up at the very back end of the alley, basically where it appears there was no escape. And in the video, it appears that a group of people had descended on the scene after the massacre had happened and were inspecting the bodies and trying to see if there were any signs of life. But that appears to be what has happened right now within Fardis. I cannot tell you all exactly where that was within the city because there wasn't enough of a view given outside of looking at the ground and at the pile of corpses to be able to get you all a geolocation on that. But we can confirm that one massacre has been conducted within Fardis just minutes ago by Iranian internal security services against what appeared to have been a cornered or trapped group of protesters or revolutionaries, whichever way you'd like to call it. It's a pretty gruesome scene. Not really a great one to see, but if y'all happen to run up on it on Twitter, you will know it when you see it. It's pretty distinct in what it looks like. But it does appear that the Iranian government is starting to conduct massacres against the public that are involved in the protest, and that appears to be the primary reason why they turned off the internet earlier today. So
we knew that was coming. I knew when they turned off they cut the phone lines too earlier today. They cut the phone lines and turned the internet off across the country. So I knew when that took place this morning, I knew what they were planning to do. And this is probably one of the very first videos we're going to see of atrocities like this, probably all over the place. This is certainly not going to be isolated. I can promise you that.
Certainly not. And this will probably end up being the policy of the Iranian government at this point to try and put down the revolutionaries and return to some form of stability, although the actual situation will still be highly unstable. This may be a desperate last-ditch effort by the government as well. That's also a possibility. So with that, we are going to be moving on and into the next one.
And our next one goes to Croak Dream, who puts in a 5. He says, absolutely insane that the average person doesn't even know what's going on in the world. And thanks for covering the early stream and the breaking news.
And thank you so much for the support and enjoying our coverage, because it is folks like you who help to make this sort of coverage a reality every day. So a huge thanks to you once again. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to TK, who puts in a 5. And they said, I heard Australia send Abrams tanks to Ukraine. Did you guys see that? And sorry if you already covered it, but I guess they just started using them.
Yeah, we actually had heard about that about a week and a half to 2 weeks ago, I believe, and it's a really great thing that they were able to provide so many additional tanks to the Ukrainian armed forces, because direct assault guns, which is what tanks are always needed to support the infantry. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Griffey, who puts in a 5. He said that the catchphrase that you hear all the time in Syria is just God is great, and learned it when I was in Iraq in 2004, and basically it's a war cry.
That's true, but I'll also say that as far as everyone else we've ever seen in the Middle East, nobody else does that. Not the Yemenis, not anyone in Iraq, nobody in anywhere else in the region, not even the Iranians do that. It's just the Syrians, and they do that in every clip. They've done it in every clip so much at this point that it is a joke. But I do think for support, and that is true, it does mean that. But at the same time, like when you think about that though, like, that would be like saying, praise the Lord is a war cry. Like, every time you fire your rifle, praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise! You know, that would be kind of weird. While my vocal cord almost exploded right there. And so with that, I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Ken, who puts in a 5. He said, I found this out in the cow pasture, LOL.
Well, I do thank you massively for the support. Helping this channel to keep it running, trying to get my vocal cord knocked back into place right there, because for some reason, like when I did like that whole deal right there, Matthew, I think I aimed my neck at an odd angle, and it did something weird, and it actually hurt a pretty good bit. But I do think
careful where you aim that neck.
Man, you gotta aim that neck the right way, or otherwise the wind coming out of your vocal cords will obliterate them. That's what I've learned over the years, folks. But still, big thanks to you so much for your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And a big shout out to Drunky Monkey, who put in a 10. They said, Shoigu!
Shoigu! And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep rolling. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from WKRP in Salt Lake City, who said, snow, it's just a dusting, just wait, and love the coverage.
Oh, and I hope it's just a dusting, to be entirely honest, because that would be really cool to see some real snow out here. And I can't really see outside now because it's so dark, but hopefully there will be some more snow. But a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we're on to the next one.
And also Hooky Redneck was sitting here talking about that footage. He is right though. Like Hooky Redneck is correct. I see a lot of people saying, "Well, where can I find it?" Don't always be so quick to want to go watch stuff like that, because most people will not realize how that affects them until later on down the road. Be very careful about watching graphic footage like that, because humans are not designed psychologically to see things like that, especially in large amounts, and it can have effects. And some people don't realize that until they're knee deep into it. Then they're like, oh, dang, like I didn't realize how that was affecting me. So you want to be careful with stuff like that. Unfortunately, me and Andrew have seen a lot. That is just from the basis of covering this, because we're all monitoring the back channels of these Ukraine war feeds and things like that all the time. And we've seen probably too much from these different channels like that. So it's a interesting thing. You can get desensitized to it, which is certainly not good.
And I would definitely agree. I would generally say, folks, there's always a great deal of morbid curiosity in the public to see grotesque scenes. But I would generally say, folks, while a lot of people do have that morbid curiosity, and I would say that that's entirely natural, it's a historic fact that people have morbid curiosity, I would say that it's best not to satiate that curiosity by actually seeing it. It's best just to have the morbid curiosity, but not really follow through on it too much. And believe me, it's not a great thing to see at all. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to X-Files, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, X-Files, for that support. We also have a 5 from Dapper Dragon, who said, got to get the spam stocked up. And spam is great for preppers, as it keeps for a while. And I have to see the spam sales going up.
And I gotta say, you know, that spam, it's good stuff. Spiced ham is what it stands for, we believe, but there's a lot of different things that people think it stands for. But still, a huge thanks to you so much once again for support. Hey, you go get yourself some spam. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Films, who said, you should check out the FAU in Boca Raton, old airbase turned university, and they left a lot in the place, runways and aircraft guns and sorts of stuff.
Oh, really? In Boca Raton, you say, huh? Oh, let's see here. FAU, that'll be the Florida Atlantic University, huh? Let's take a little look around here, huh? They got an airbase right out here. Look at that. Look at that. Well, it's actually near a field these days. But let's take a little look at this place, eh? You know, I want to see some guns, anti-aircraft guns, and the like, eh? Looks like a nice university, honestly. I'm not really seeing any guns. But they're out here somewhere. I believe you on that. I believe you, I says. But I do thank you massively once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here, also, by the way, I see a lot of people picking up on that story right there that we were mentioning earlier about the interview on Fox News with the president apparently saying that he's going to try to conduct strikes against cartel targets in Mexico. It looks like a lot of people are picking up on that. I just saw a couple more tweets from some pretty large accounts about it. So I guess everybody's interpreting it the same way that I am, which sounds like he's saying to strike Mexico, strike the cartels, that is. So that will be interesting. But moving on to our next one here, this one goes to Kyle Padell, who put in a 5. He said, Matt, are we going to see GTA 6 World War III? I honestly don't know when they're coming out with that game, by the way. I'm hearing rumors they might actually delay it again. At this point, I've given up on it. I'm like, whenever it comes out, great. I might not even bother with it. It's taking too long to come out. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I at this point, I don't even really, like, I'll be straight up. I don't really even care about GTA 6. They pushed that game back so many times, and I know that people are like, I'd rather have a quality game than not, but I'll just be straight up. Every game that's ever been pushed back like that, it's not going to be quality. There's some, like for example, Cyberpunk 2077 was not a good game on release, even with it taking like 11 years to make it, and most other games like that, I've just never seen them come out and they're actually good. Like, they take a whole bunch of time and they come up with a subpar product, usually. So, I'm just not really a big fan of it anymore, to be entirely honest. It's just, you know, if it comes out, it comes out, and, you know, if I ever see it, I might get it, but I'm just not really one for GTA, to be entirely honest. Like, it's kind of fun a little bit, but really the only thing that you can do, especially if you're just like kind of like an online player only, and after you get done with the story, you're basically online. Basically, all you can do is just run around and cause mayhem, and that's it. And there's really like no objective to it or anything, and that kind of kills the mood for me. I usually like to have some form of an objective with something that I'm doing in a game somehow. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, in my opinion. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep rolling. And we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Code Eagle, who said, come to Ruidoso, New Mexico sometime. It's amazing.
New Mexico? You said New Mexico? I would want to go to New Mexico one day. That actually would be pretty cool. There's this really neat little railroad up here in the mountains. It's called the Cumbres and Toltec Scenic Railway. It's a former part of the Denver and Rio Grande, or the Rio Grande. And it's a really cool little railroad. Really, really beautiful scenery, Cumbres and Toltec. Let me see if I can show that really quickly. Just a little bit of it. This ain't the railroad. Like, that ain't the railroad. Let's see. Oh, here we are. So this is the kind of scenery that you get on it. It's really, really cool. And it runs all of the old Denver and Rio Grande sort of rolling stock, which is pretty neat. And they also have this critter. Well, actually, it's a pretty heavy switcher. That's not a critter. But still, really cool little place. I would like to go to New Mexico myself one day. It's just that I have not heard good things about Albuquerque. So I'd probably not go to Albuquerque, but I'd probably go to northern New Mexico. That always looks like a cool place. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on and into the next one.
And the next one goes to Plazat, who puts in a 2, and also Richard Province, who put in a 2 as well, along with Speed Freak, who also threw in a 2, and Dragon Lord. And we appreciate all 4 of you for that support, and thank you for helping to keep the channel running. And we also have a 2 from Saint Sir Nicholas, who said thank you for the news and last year's advice for YouTube.
And thank you so much for enjoying the news and the advice, and we thank you greatly for supporting this channel and helping it to keep on rolling. And so a huge thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And we have a 2 from Bruce Lee, who said World War III, not just yet, but close in the world in conflict.
And I'd have to say, I do thank you for the support, Bruce Lee, and it is getting quite close. I definitely agree. We're either in it or we're almost in it. And so a huge thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 2 from D&D, who said, Happy New Year, Enforcer Matt.
Hey, and Happy New Year to you as well. I hope that you've been having a Happy New Year, and I hope that you've been able to keep watching this channel and having some good times this New Year's, although the rest of the world is in some very questionable times, without a doubt. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well, and we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Jacob Meyer, who put in a 2. He said, Stop, man, stop. You're making too much sense.
Oh, man, well, according to some people, we don't know what we're talking about. But for those people, I don't really know a lot about those people, because a lot of people say like a lot of people say stuff, folks, in the live chat, like people who say stuff like you're wrong and all that, and then I sit there and I think, if I saw this person in real life, would I even take them seriously? I sit there and wonder about that. Like, are these well put together people who have their stuff put together and they actually think logically, and do they even have a point? Or do they look like an absolute train wreck and they can hardly even, manage their own normal life? And then on top of that, they want to tell me that I'm wrong. It's like, I wonder. It's like, I wonder about that sometimes. But with that, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 2 from Jeremy Vahill, and he said, What about the droid attack on the Wookiees?
You actually throw that in commonly, but it's a good one, and it gets me every time, actually. So a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running, and we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 2 from Brian Gonzalez, and he said, Use the military filter on Flight Radar 24.
They have a military filter?
I didn't know they had that the whole time.
What? Oh my goodness. Wait a minute, I don't see it under that. Let's see. Well, where is that filter? Oh, right.
Oh, there's filters down there at the bottom. You see that word filters right there.
Look at that. Holy oh my goodness. We can literally get them all.
This is a game changer. This is a game changer.
Oh my God, look at that slam. It took off from Riverside. Oh my.
Wait a minute, zoom out. Let's see all the military over the whole country.
Wow.
Oh, wow. This is revolutionary. Also, let's see the Middle East.
we could have been doing this the whole damn time. This would have made life so easy.
I've been manually doing it the whole time.
Dude, I've been going around and just having to like sparse through hundreds of planes to figure out which ones are the military ones and which ones aren't. So let's. Ooh, what's this? Oh, this is the German Air Force.
This is going to open up brand new worlds.
Man, this thing took off from Key West. Bro, the German Ministry of Defense said, if we have to take our vacation to the Key West, God forbid we have some fun. Like, God forbid a German boy get a little motion. But let's see here. What do we got down here in the middle? Oh, it's actually made it almost all the way to Al Adid now, so it's about to land. Actually looks like it's trying to line up for a landing at Al Adid at the moment. It's at 6,350 feet, so it is coming in on an approach. We also have this UAE Piaggio P180 Avanti that's currently flying in the UAE. We also have another CIA Beach King Air 350 in Saudi Arabia. And we also have this C-130, probably of the Saudi Air Force. Let's see. And then no other military air traffic over the whole of the Middle East except for these flights. We have this Italian Air Force flight that took out of Kuwait City and is heading back to Italy, I'd assume. Let's see. Anything down here?
Honestly, like I see that Ty Robbins said, I respect you've been waiting through thousands of passenger plane flights to find the military ones, though. Honestly, I've been putting in like double time work, like both of us have. We've been putting in double the work to find those things. We just would sort through all the thousands of flights to find them. We didn't even know there was a filter for this, to be honest. This is revolutionary.
Oh my God. Y'all should have seen what I was doing on Flight Radar 24 off air. It was really click, like just clicking on all of them as quickly as I could until a military one would pop up, and then I'd click back to it because I'd be clicking so fast I wouldn't even really realize it until like a second later, and then I'd click back to it and be like, oh, I found it. So that's what we've been doing for months now on Flight Radar to find any military aircraft. But now we got this, and life is easy. There's also these two Marchettis that are currently flying over the Philippines. This is just amazing. Like, this is cool. Like, Look, we can even find the civil administration aviation aircraft of the Chinese government flying around the country. Damn, they've got a lot of private jets for the Chinese government.
Yeah, you know, that's how it works in communism. It's everybody's equal except for the people that aren't.
Man, and every single one of them is a Cessna citation. Bruh, Cessna is racking in the dough from the CCP. They're like, we got 100 orders for Cessna citations from the Chinese Communist Party. And damn it, we're going to fill those orders. Like, there's even another one down here. All of them are Cessna citations. Look, there's even one up there. How many government officials need to fly around the country at the same damn time? You would think they just tell everyone to wait their turn on, like, the government jet. But they got...
No, they don't have time for that. Time is money in a communist society.
Man, that is insane. Why are so many military helicopters up in Hawaii right now? Dude, there's like the entire 160th SOA is in Hawaii in terms of like helicopter force right now. Dang. There's a reason why, folks. There's a lot of military bases on Oahu, actually, so that kind of explains itself. And then there's a C-130 flying in out of California from Sacramento. But man, what is flying right now over Mississippi? What do we got out here? A Goshawk. We've got another Goshawk. Oh, so a whole bunch of training flights. Apparently for the Navy, I'm guessing. We also have this KC-135 that took off from Birmingham, Alabama. We know where those are, Matthew. You remember that? They have that aerial tanker wing out of the International Airport right here. So they're flying.
That's the Guard.
Yeah, that's the Guard. That's not the Irish Garda, by the way. Like the police. Like this is the National Guard, the Air National Guard. And let's see here. What else do we have out here in this magical land? I'm looking for more so fighting aircraft because there's a decent amount of. Oh, that's an E6 Mercury. Oh, that's pretty cool. And a KC-135 and another KC-135. Oh, we have another Clipper. Actually, damn, we got a lot of these Clippers. Oh, look, it's a KC-46 Pegasus and another Clipper, this one of the U.S. Navy. I'm not going to lie, we're kind of like China in that regard. I mean, there's like a lot of these little Clippers up in the air at the moment, flying around places. Look, there's another one.
Anything out of D.C.? I mean, Salt Lake City?
Out of Salt Lake? Let's find out. No, nothing.
Oh, it's dark in Salt Lake City. There's not a thing out here.
Man,
perfect for night flights.
Oh yeah, perfect for those secret ops. Perfect, man, pitch perfect. So man, it's kind of crazy. The airspace around Nevada and Utah is and Colorado completely clear of any traffic, actually, military wise. That's interesting. I wonder why. You know, and we won't look into that. But a P-8 Poseidon. Oh, and another Clipper. And any Clippers up here? Oh, wait a minute, we got a little flight of aerial tankers going on right here. 3 of them, actually. They all took off from Fairfield, and they're flying north. To where and why?
Who knows?
There's actually this aerial tanker force in Seattle, by the way, folks. This may be the reason why. They are based out of an airfield right here. Let me see if I can find them. They're somewhere around here. Well, where the hell? Here they are. These KC-46s, I think these may be the ones that we're watching because they may be a part of the Washington Air National Guard, and they may be flying back to Washington after they flew down to California for some reason. But this is so interesting. I thank you so much for sharing that there is a filter to get this info, because now we have basically sparsed out all the flights to the ones we need now. So huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on and into the next one.
And our next one goes to Mr. Gluck Gluck, who's their LSA, who puts in a 20, and we do appreciate that support. He said, how about those shootings that happened apparently in Utah?
We don't really know a lot about them, actually, and we haven't really heard a lot of additional information put out today about them. But I've heard that shootings like that out here are fairly rare. It's just that for some reason we're like the horsemen of the apocalypse. Wherever we end up going, there's always something that happens. Like, even when we take short trips somewhere, it'll be like right after we leave, like a bomb went off or there was a shooting or something. It's really unfortunate with that. I wish that wasn't the case, but apparently that's a fairly rare sort of an incident, but we don't really know a lot about it at the moment. But a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And up next, a big shout out to Curmudgeon, who put in a 5 and said, if you like trains, you should check out the Hurricane train up here in Alaska. And it is how we get to and from the town as we were remote.
Oh, you're talking about the Alaska Railway, huh? You're talking about the Alaska Railway passenger trains. Oh, yeah, I know about those. Those are actually run kind of by the federal government to an extent. But they are cool. Look at them. Whoa. You get to travel through the picturesque lands of Alaska on these. They're really cool, actually. And I love their power and their rail car fleet. It's all generally vintage because there's not really a lot of railroads that run SD70 Max down here in the lower 48 anymore. So that's so cool. And they keep them up well, too. So, I mean, really neat. And I thank you so much for the support and sharing that with us. And I do have to agree, those are some incredibly cool trains that you'll have up there in Alaska. So a huge thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 3 from David. And David said, World War III's Franz Ferdinand, The Hunt for Cracked Sparrow.
Man, what a mix-up. What a mix-up right there. But a big thanks to you so much for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, we have a 2 from Bruce Lee. And Bruce Lee simply said, quack. And thank you very much, Bruce, for that support as well. And we also have a 2 from PIF, who said, Slava Ukraine.
And Slava Ukraine, Ram Slava. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And so a big thanks to you once again. And we are on and into, folks. You won't believe it. The live chats. I believe, for some reason, YouTube isn't giving me the exact amount of time that the stream is run. But I have a
4
feeling.
hours.
4 hours?
Yes, 4 hours.
Oh my God. That is a long amount of time. And so, folks, due to time constraints, we are going to be answering 3 live chat questions, and then we're going to be rounding this thing out for the night. I also have to say that we have the same Morse code message as last night. We weren't able to make a new one at the moment, so a huge shout out to Lee Springer and Signal Corp for getting that correct again, but I'm very sorry. We actually didn't have a new one for y'all to decipher tonight. But with that, we actually have one more super chat before we get into the live chat. So what we got?
And the Wisdom to Know put in a 10. It said, greetings from LSA's newest Patreon member. And also, thank you for signing up, by the way. He said, world stock markets, including Taiwan, China, Japan, and USA, all near all-time highs. No fear. And how should we process such jubilance?
I wouldn't really know a lot about the stock market, and also, I really don't care too much about the stock market, actually, so I don't have a lot of knowledge on it to be able to talk about why that would be the case. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running, but sadly, I'd have to declare ignorance on it. But Matthew, what would you think about it?
It's stupidity is what it is. Stupidity runs the market now because there's a lot of people that just thinks, oh, stonks to the moon. Also, there might be some government stuff going on with it as well, like maybe injecting some cash or something. I don't have any proof of that, but it seems strange to me that the most turbulent times in history can be taking place and the stock market doesn't seem affected by it. That seems to go contrary to logic and also prior historical data. So I don't know what's up with it. I don't really know how to explain it, but it doesn't make much sense to me.
It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me either. But with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Slow36, who put in a 2, and we do appreciate that. And we also have a 5 from none other than Renelio M, who said aircraft carriers north of Cuba.
Aircraft carriers north of Cuba? Cuban Missile Crisis? I wouldn't know at the moment, but I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, this one goes to Robert Newton, who put in a 5. He said, I didn't know y'all didn't know about the filters. That's crazy, LOL. I'll be honest with you, Robert, I don't use Flight Radar 24 a whole bunch. Like, I use it from time to time to track stuff that's breaking news, but I don't stay on there all the time. So I've never really had a need to really investigate it that deep. And usually when I do, I just usually skim through the flights that are on the map. But anyways, Enforcer, what say you?
I didn't know either. I didn't know. But big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Jeremy of the Hill. He said, if medieval, let's see here. Do you know what he means by this, by the way?
Yes. If medieval Arabs didn't want the great library at Baghdad destroyed, why did they build it within raiding distance of Mongolia? You know, those are the questions that keep me up at night, Jeremy of the Hill. Why in the world did anyone anywhere within the greater Eurasian region build anything during that period, knowing that Genghis Khan was going to raise hell? That's a great question that I have, and I just don't know why they built it. It was basically like a giant lure to the Mongols at the end of the day, because the Mongols got down there into Persia, and then they looked over at Baghdad and were like, that's a cool library. And then they went and invaded and took it over. But still, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, folks, we are on to the third to last question of the night.
All right, so jumping into our live chat questions here, this one goes to Knox Date, who said, what response could NATO give since they launched that IRBM missile so close to the Polish border?
There's a decent amount of them that we could give. But at the moment, my mind is running a little bit short on ideas on how to respond, but I'm sure we could cook one up. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Mamba Mentality, who said, any updates on the oil ships near Venezuela? And yes, we do have a slight update about those. The U.S. Navy is currently trying to track a whole horde of the Venezuelan oil ships that have tried to flee all at the same time, leaving the coast of Venezuela. It appears to be likely coordinated by these ships, but we don't know that for a fact. But it looks like the Navy is trying to intercept them all, and maybe we might see some boardings take place, possibly. We're just not totally sure yet, but they're currently chasing a few of them.
And that is what we understand at the moment. And so with that, we hope we addressed that question well, and we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one goes to Ashen, who said, do we know how many of the IRBMs that Russia has and what they cost?
We generally would understand that they probably have a few hundred of them, probably somewhere around, I believe it's like 400 to 500 of them, if I was to take a stab at it correctly. Not all of them are Oreshniks, though, and we also don't know how many of them are actually operational. We assume a decent amount of them may end up being duds. But with that, I hope that does address that the best that we can. And with that, folks, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. I have to thank you all so much once again for watching our breaking news stream today. We've had 250,000 people watch this stream over about 4 hours with a peak viewership of 21,340 people. I have to thank y'all greatly, folks, for watching this channel a great deal, because since someone brought up a while ago what we were doing in the ratings, it's once again become something that I focus on. And yesterday, we were actually number 25 in America. We actually ended up beating, crazily enough, folks, let's see here. Who was down here on? Oh yeah, PBS News. We also ended up beating. Let's see who else. Where in the world was everyone else? Well, we ended up beating PBS and the White House. We also ended up beating the White House as well. Forgot to mention that. They were number 63. We were number 25. So, you know, that was kind of interesting. And PBS NewsHour and a whole bunch of others. So I do thank y'all all massively once again for continuing to choose this channel to be your primary source of news. Because if it wasn't for folks like y'all, we wouldn't be able to continue to say that the Enforcer channel and the Leaf Spring Army will never truly die, and that we are considered to be one of the primary sources of news on YouTube. So a humongous thanks to all of y'all so much once again for watching. We're entirely honored and appreciative. And if y'all have enjoyed, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, because we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of news from around the world. And if there is enough news for tomorrow, I will be the one making the short war summary in the middle of the day. And so with that, we will see you all then. Good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Ram Slava. Long live the Leaf Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, thank you all once again for joining us on another night of breaking news. And tonight was truly a wild night in Iran, also Ukraine. Ukraine got hit with an IRBM. That's insane to see that today. And I'm sure there will, unfortunately, be more crazy news breaking out tomorrow. So be sure to join us for that short war video and the stream again tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern. And also a big shout out to the 250,000 people that have watched by the end of the stream. And we appreciate every single one of you for choosing us as your news source. But with that, thank you all once again. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Heroam Slava, get some rest, and good night.
Stand up, нам несчастным.